And now when you come into your heart space, breathing into what it will feel like when you are doing what you truly desire, when you're walking that higher timeline. How does that feel?
Good. It feels better.
Yeah, and so breathing into that, and breathing into that so strongly that you feel the energy of that move down your arms and into your hands, and start to dissolve what's in the ball. The stuff in the ball is just old stories. Some of it's not even real, has never been real. And then imagining right in the very center of your heart a light. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
As you breathe into that, this is your beautiful light. And as you breathe into it, it comes forward. This light is unlimited. It's the same light that's in all things. And as you continue to breathe into that, it grows and expands and starts to fill all of your heart space. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
And as you continue to breathe into that, I'm going to weave your light with that joy and that gratitude of walking your path as you desire. Really allowing yourself to feel it as strongly as you can. And then breathing all of that beautiful energy into this green ball. And so it fills with light. And then that green ball gets lighter and lighter until it turns back into light. And as you come back to your beautiful heart space, really basking in your light. Your true essence is this high frequency, higher self frequency connection. And so as you continue to breathe into that, if you allow yourself to do that every day, put any of those doubts and fears in the green ball whenever they arise, come into your beautiful heart light, know that you are already this divine light, and feel that, and then allow her to guide your way. How's that feeling for you?
It's good.
Yeah, well, good luck. I'm excited for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, we have Jennifer.
Hello.
Jennifer from Philadelphia. Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I've been basking in light all morning.
My question is, I have seen the angel numbers 111 or 1111 consistently, maybe once to several times a day for the last several weeks.
Yeah.
And I can't figure out what they're trying to tell me.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, firstly, they're bringing your awareness to that they're around.
Okay.
And is there something at the moment that, you know, that you're kind of teetering on, not being sure about making a decision?
Yes.
And, you know, and so when the guides are waving to us pretty much, when they're doing things like that, they're letting you know that they're supporting you and to trust.
Okay.
Come into that trust of, you know, what it is that you truly desire. And, you know, notice when doubt and fear creeps in and realize that it's not true. Doubt and fear is a construct which is the opposite of love.
Okay.
And love is that essence that we already are. That's this beautiful higher self, you know, the higher self frequency. And we've been sharing about that beautiful heart energy. So I'm just going to take a moment. And they want you to know that you do know. You do know, like you're very intuitive. They just showed me that you feel. So when you feel your yes and no, do you feel your yes and no?
Yes.
Yeah, know that that's right. That's
okay.
You communing with your higher self wisdom.
Perfect.
Yeah, and to trust that and allow that. And, you know, when you are feeling unsure, really coming into that heart space, you know, doing a beautiful heart-based practice, you know, like that we did with Sarah just before.
Right.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you come into your beautiful heart space. And breathe into your heart. They're actually showing me your wings, your angel wings. Yeah. You're connected through the realms. You've got an angelic lineage as well in higher dimensional realms. Yeah. I see that sometimes in people. It's like the angels will be around and it'll be, do you connect with the angels? And then that's why. That's why you have an affinity for them. Yeah.
Oh, that makes me feel better.
Yeah, and they want you to know as well that they're always there for you to lean into as well. If you take some quiet space and, you know, if you feel like that you need support, you're feeling unsupported, just call them in and lean into them and, you know, feel their beautiful embrace because they are there with you.
Okay.
Yeah, and if there is things that you're not sure about, come into your beautiful heart space, you know, raise your frequency and connect with them. Connect with them. Because from that space of expansiveness, it's easier for us to access the bigger picture as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when we're raising our frequency by connecting in with our true heart, you know, by connecting in with those frequencies of gratitude and joy and appreciation and, you know, letting go of all the things, if you need to put them in the green ball, or, you know, the beautiful thing is with practice, you can actually drop into your true essence really quickly.
Really?
With practice over time. Yeah. That's why I always encourage the 5 minutes a day. So 5 minutes a day into everybody's life. And, you know, so if you sit there and you sit in that heart energy, some days it can be really hard at first, but it's like anything that, you know, with practice, it gets easier.
Okay.
And it's the same with dropping into your beautiful true essence. And then the beautiful thing is when we're in that space is we can much more easily see what's not true.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, from that space we can see what's not in alignment with that higher frequency when we're in that higher frequency.
Okay.
Yeah, and it makes it easier to make decisions and all of those things as well.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for calling in.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Yay. So, that was a quick one. That's so beautiful. And I love that. What I love about, this work is that it's not uncommon that there'll be, certain practices and it'll be relevant to a bunch of people at the same time. And I've just really found it beautiful that even this week, what we were sharing about the self-love bridged on really well to last week, because we started talking about, the beautiful energy of the heart last week, and, that expanding now this week into, the depth of what's actually happening with our heart energy. And, we can use that to raise our frequency so that we then become a match to our higher self, because we're already our higher self. That's the beautiful thing. It's not something we have to try and struggle to become, like we're kind of, we're taught to believe sometimes that we need to do X, Y, and Z to become, what we want to become, but we already are that. And that's what I love about this so much, is that it's not about becoming, it's about remembering that we already are. And it gets so much easier to remember when we shed the layers of untruth. When we start to really dive into our energetics, which is a reflection of our subconscious. So our subconscious actually reflects out into our energy. And, without getting too much into the into the intricacies of it, but that's then what draws to us the experiences to help us remember. Even the bad ones are there to help us create change, so that we can ultimately come back to remember the truth that we're already our higher self divinity. And so, just to, reiterate what the message from today and from this morning's moon circle was, it was about self-love and, how we can start to reprogram speaking to ourselves with kindness. And so I'll leave you guys with that thought. And, don't forget, if you'd like a copy of that recording, I'll send you a link. You can just get in touch with me through the contact me at the top of my website. Or if you're on social media, reach out and say hi. I'm always sharing fun things on there as well. So that will be at dr for dr.nikki.energy.medicine. If you look at those on either of Facebook or Instagram, you can find me there. So it's called the School of Metaphysical Practice, which is my beautiful school where we do a lot of teachings and trainings and deepening into all sorts of different mystical wisdom and practices and things like that. But yeah, feel free to reach out. I do have a connect call. So on my website, you can see you can book a little chat with me, if you are interested in, seeing how we might be able to work together, or, what sort of things you might be interested in learning more about as well. Yay. So I'm having lots of fun doing this. If anyone does have any questions that, that you'd like me to share about, at the beginning of the session, do message about that as well. If you have a topic that you'd like to know more about the greater reality, always happy to incorporate that as well. Okay, so I hope you all have the most beautiful weekend. It's new moon, so enjoy. I'm sure some of the other beautiful people here who do more with astrology have shared with you all about this beautiful transition portal that we're in for the next couple of weeks. The Pisces, new moon. Dream your dream, notice the resistances, and trust that your dreams are there for you to walk through into your reality. Love you lots. Mwah. Sending you all the sparkles and love from across the ocean. if you're on the other side of the world. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everyone. Welcome. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm here in London in the United Kingdom, and I am a clairvoyant medium, and I'm going to be connecting through to you, hopefully with my live callers here today, looking at your lives, seeing what's around you, answering your questions perhaps, and connecting through to spirit as well, which is what we like to do. We like to bring those ancestors to the fore and hopefully get that very all-important spirit message from your loved one who's passed over into spirit. But how are you? Because we're going to look at your circumstances as well. We're going to look at your life, what's around you, what's coming in, what your hopes and dreams are, and how you're going to get there. What is it that you're going to do? So in order to do that, I use cards. These are the Rider-Waite cards that I'm using here today. I also have angel cards that I use. That's just really for an oracle, an angel oracle. Now, we also have this little fella here. This is a heart, a purple heart, we call this one. Purple heart amethyst crystal. I'll be using that, plus my crystal ball, which is always popular. And this is a honey quartz crystal. It's rock crystal. And it's a very special crystal ball of mine because I use this for prosperity, for happiness, for something called Happen Chance. It's about destiny and about how your life is going to progress, what you can expect to see happen. So I will take a look into the crystal ball every now and again throughout your reading, and you can then ask me a question. Perhaps you would like to take a peek into the crystal ball too. That is a really wonderful way to really get started in your progression for psychic destiny, psychic development, and how you are going to be feeling really as time comes in. So I think we've got Jerry here on the line. Hello to you, Jerry.
Hi,
Eleanor. Hello. How are you feeling now? I feel that you've been through a difficult time. That's why I'm asking how you're feeling now. So this should be a breakthrough time for you, Jerry. It's been hard though, hasn't it? Would you agree with that? That you've, really had to, pull yourself up completely and almost start again. It's as though the progression of your life was just halted. That was it. Just stood still for a moment. More than a moment, less than a year, more than a moment. Let's put it like that. And I feel that that's where you are right now. But Jerry, I'm just going to take a couple of cards here. Yeah. Stuck. That's what I'm feeling and what you're getting in your first card. It's as though you're stuck, you're being squashed here from both sides, from up there and down there. So you're sort of like in a box. And this is all about finances, prosperity, your money, your wealth. Where is that going to really come from as you go forward into the future, into your life, into your future? So that's where you're stuck at the moment. You're trying to find some ideas, I think, and also plotting a course, because you're putting down some markers here in your future pathway. This is your territory. This is where you really resign, and where you can place your hopes, dreams and wishes. What I have to say though is that as you're going forward, you're literally placing a couple of landmines there. So you want other things to happen. You want things to explode, and you want to be able to get rid of negative elements, and really pursue your own dreams, your own pathway. So I think that these landmines that I can see are really relevant about how you're feeling. There's anger there. And I think this is to do with your past as well, and also grief. There's a grieving element around you, Jerry.
Yes.
Look, money is going to be resolved. We've got this Ace of Pentacles. So it's just bringing abundance in to you, and that will happen whether you intend it to or not. So spirit,
how will that happen?
Well, spirit often bring this in the form of a gift, or in the way that an opportunity shows itself to you, or that something is resolved that should have been resolved in the past. So are you owed any money? Was there anybody that was really blocking that pathway for you to get some enhancement, some financial enhancement, or whether you're owed something from the past? Do you know about that? Do you know about that?
It was like a Ponzi scheme.
Okay.
That I was in. I put money in, and then they just took it all right from underneath my feet and pulled out the rug.
No. That's what I'm getting here. This misfortune or miscommunication, some negativity that happened in the past. And that's why you're throwing a few landmines. I wouldn't normally be saying that, but that is hypothetical. It's not a real one. It's just you dropping a couple of bombshells in the future pathway. And that's going to happen this year. It's in 2025. So I think there is some recourse that you will be able to take, and that there is a prosperous outcome. So I feel that you will be able to get something back, and that Spirit are helping you to do that. Well, I think that there's going to be an opportunity where there's a door that opens. It's a gateway door that allows you to make a claim or to take an action, but you're going to be helped with this. Is there somebody either in spirit or around you, initial of D? I really want to go to Daniel. Who is that? Do you know that name?
No, I don't. I know my dad, but not a Daniel.
Okay. What was your dad's name? Tell me his name. See if it's him. Pardon? Jim. Okay. It just sounds very similar, doesn't it? Perhaps it's your dad then that is coming through to you. Are you thinking about him? Is there a reason why he would do that?
No, I always think about him. He died within the year.
Okay. That's why.
So it's a recent, kind of recent.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's got to be where he's meant to be, and he's now able and willing to communicate to you. He's coming through in your dreams as well. Your dad is, that's Jim, and he is going to be helping you. So sometimes when Spirit realize where they are, and that he can see his family, which is you, they sweep the pathway clear. Now, I want to ask you, is there a public body or some authority that you can go to about this theft that was really your own assets, your resources that was taken from you? Is there anywhere that you can?
I've tried. I went and I hired somebody online even that was supposed to help me get it, and they stole my money also. They stole the payment. And then I went to the police department here, and they weren't able to help me either. They said they tried, but since it's out of the country, they can't do anything.
It was a civil case, well, if it's out of the country.
They're Russian. You know, they're from Russia.
Right, okay.
So,
there's a lot of scams out there, isn't there? You've got to be so careful.
Be careful.
Yeah. Particularly with money and resources. That's where you're going to get, most people who want what you have got. Well, somehow this is going to be replaced or replenished, because I do feel that there's a boost of prosperity to you. It stops this real unhappiness here from developing, and I feel that there's some help that's going to be there for you. Do you have a man by your side? Is there a neighbor or? Okay. And is he close to a neighbor? There seems to be like a neighborly element around you that is very important, either a community or a sense of community where people are gathering. And I feel it's from this sort of source that you're going to be able to get some guidance and sincerely some protection as well about yourself. You've got the Sun card here coming in. The Sun card is all about that prosperity and keeping you safe. Just going to have a look now into the honey crystal ball that's here. Okay, the initial of M is very, very powerful. I've got that written all over your crystal here as M for
Marian. Mother too. Also Marian.
That's your mum, is it, in spirit? Yeah?
No, mom is just mom, but Marian is an aunt of mine that I was very close with.
Okay, and she's in spirit, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, she's here. So M for Marianne is here. she was a lovely, lovely personality, full of good nature, wasn't she? Wants to send you lots of hugs and kisses, you know, sort of really warming, that sense of warmth and, you know, just genuine
she was
feeling
awesome.
Yeah, she's got tears in her eyes. You know. Did she live close by to you?
Yeah, not far. Not far.
Yeah. She wants to say that she was always close by, always.
And then she moved back up north where her daughter is, and then she had passed away, and I didn't even know it for a couple months.
Oh, that's so sad. But she's so pleased to see you now, because I can see like there's tears that eyes are sort of welling up. There's lots of moisture around her eyes, and you know, you were very special to her. That's what I feel is there for her. Her neck was a problem. Yeah, her neck was a problem. I keep wanting to touch the back of my neck, so that must have been an area of discomfort. Did you know about that? Did you know that she had arthritis in her neck, top of the neck?
Yeah, she was older. Yeah.
That's what she was saying was the one thing that bothered her the most. And yet those awkward people in her life, she never gave a tuppence about them, never gave them a second thought, and loved it that you were strong. So you still are. You're a very strong person. And I think this is what she's saying to you, that she loves your strength of mind and the opportunity that you have. Don't worry about the money. It's coming back in other ways as well. And the man by your side, is he your partner? Is he the person that is supporting you? Because he's got some good news.
That's Bobby. We both support each other.
Yeah. I mean, he's lovely man. He's got to watch his stomach. You know, I've got all sorts of stomach ache that I have around him. So this is what Marianne is saying, and you as well. So just be thinking about what you're eating, what you're consuming, because I feel that that's going to change as a diet change. We never want to do that, do we? But maybe that's just something. Maybe that's just something that is necessary, but the benefits are going to be huge here. And there's animals around you. I can see little animals here in your crystal ball. Do you like your dogs? Yeah. Okay.
I have all of it.
You have what?
I have. My cat recently passed away, but I have another cat, and I have 2 dogs and a bird.
Right, that's why you've got all the animals there, and so your cat passed away is always replaced by another cat. Very psychic animals, and that's what's bringing you that psychic sense as well. So I feel that that's very special, really, for you. And animals here are helping you a lot for your well-being, for how you want to feel about yourself. I do, yes, I do, because there's in the crystal, if you can look here, this is where I sort of see spirit, like heaven, or, you know, the ascended area. And that's where I saw the cat. And then down here, we've got other animals, cats and dogs. So I've got that sense of well-being with animals. You've been very protective towards the species, and they're bringing you a lot of joy as well, a great deal of pleasure.
They're my children.
Yeah, that's what you need as well, to just be able to show that abundant love and have that security. So really do think about this money now that needs to come back to you, because it has been stolen from you. And in life, whenever there is an action that has been taken, there is a reaction to it. And that's what you have here, Jerry. You've got the laws of cause and effect coming into play, where because something precious has been taken and you were fooled by others, then you will get that reaction come back. So somehow you will be rewarded and recognized and replenished. So there are rewards, there's little presents coming for you. Remember the landmines that I've seen. So I do feel that there.
What do you mean by the landmines?
Well, it's as though you are sitting on a bench and you're throwing like a little stone into the water, just a ripple, and then suddenly it blows up. So I think what that is saying to me is that there is a way for you to expose the individuals that took this money. There is a way for them to be punished. There is a way for them to be known, and also a way for that money to be rewarded to you. So I don't think that this is a lost cause. I think it's unfinished business, and fate and destiny and spirit are taking over. You've connected now to your dad, to Marianne, your aunt in spirit, who's both passed over. They've both connected to you, and they're sweeping that path clean. The pathway that I see is your future. That represents your future, Jerry. So that's where you will see some occasions where you're exposing dramatically the actions of this group of individuals from Russia or from wherever they're from.
Russia and Africa.
Africa's well known for it here in the UK. Yeah. You have to watch Nigeria as well. That's also,
yep,
there's lots and lots.
That's in Africa, yes.
Yeah. That's what I've got here. So I feel that the landmines represent that. They're not a physical thing. There's nothing blowing up physically. It's a very hypothetical situation, symbolic of the sort of drama that you are likely to have happen on your behalf. This is on your behalf. This is for you. So it's a benefit, I think. Yeah, well, I'm hoping too. And with that in mind, I'm going to send you a wish here from Spirit, because you deserve it, and you've been through a lot, and that's what I could connect to straight away. This, oh my goodness me, this lady has been through a lot, and now it's a breakthrough. It's time for everything to change. So one final card here before I have my next caller who will be coming in soon. So I'm just going to take you a card here, Jerry, and let's see what this card actually says for you.
Something
and for your future.
Good.
Well,
come on, something good.
Yeah, it will be. It's the Emperor. It's the card of the Emperor. Now, this also represents your father in spirit. So he's come through and shown you him, and it represents for you authority. So there's some authority, some power that is going to look into these gangs who are scamming people. And I feel that at the very least, you will get some answers, and it's not going to be left just up in the air. So thank you so much here for coming in.
Thank you.
I wish you well. That's my pleasure. Jamie, I think, is here next. Hello. Jaren, hello. I'm just being corrected by my producer there. And thank you for that. I'm Eleanor Grace. Are you on the line for me?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Welcome. Okay, let's have a look at you now, Jaren. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I do like to get people's names. Thank you. Great. That's wonderful. Well, I'm Eleanor, so nice to meet you, and also to share in this space with you. It's a very important time. I do feel that for you. I think that you have to make big decisions, and these are about, well, big subjects, I think. So you're separating some ties now, and you're cutting ties. So you're moving forward, but you're leaving people behind as well. So it's as though there's a separation that is happening, but this is of its own volition. So circumstances may well have conspired here for you, fate, destiny, whatever you want to call it, have arrived at a point where you can no longer sit on the fence here, Jaren. You have got to be making this decision and coming to a point sort of no return. So sometimes when we've got big things that we have to consider, we sort of make the mental decision, don't we? We make that decision in our mind, and then we think, oh, that was a big moment. Now what am I going to do? And then we leave it for a little while and we don't do anything. And then we come back to the same place again. And we decide if we can overcome those obstacles. And I feel that that's where you're at now. So I feel that you've sort of thought about everything in quite a considered way, and you're back at the beginning again, and now you've got to overcome some obstacles in order to achieve what you set out to in the first place. Is that correct? Is it, January?
Yes.
Okay. So is this also connecting to a close partner, somebody close to you, a person that has let you down or betrayed you in some way? Because you've got freedom here. That's why I'm asking that. There's this sense of the world, freedom, and you being independent, able to have your own choices back and make those decisions for yourself, and also not having to take too much notice of other people. And also, has somebody recently passed? Because I've got that sense of spirit passing as well that's with me now. So can you recognize that situation and those feelings that you are in here as well?
Not recently. Nobody's recently passed that is close to me now.
Okay. I would want to go back within about a year ago. So it would be at that sort of time that I'm looking at. But sometimes when people have passed over, they're not aware of it and they don't know where they are. And then they're sort of waking up. So that can also be the sort of sense of spirit they have around you. The initial of S is around you, want to go I think it's a shush sound, like Sharon, Shez, or Shuzi, something along those lines. So I'm going to give you those names. You don't have to connect to them. They're just wandering spirits that are around you. So this separation that I'm connecting to here, is that around your life right now? Do you feel that at the moment that you've reached a point of no return almost, where you've got to plunge in and take a new direction? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. When I say a new direction on your own path, being independent, do you feel that you have the strength to do that, that you can take those steps forward on your own? Because there is this sort of going back around again. It's like that boomerang. It's sort of going back to the beginning again. So when you've started and you've made a pledge, maybe to yourself or others, that this is now what you must do, that you're going back to the beginning, and that isn't necessarily something that you're ready for. Do you recognize those feelings, do you?
Yes.
Okay. Overcoming obstacles, that's what I have. And these are arrows of love that are being sent to you in the cards. So it's like you're going to be renewed, and this sense of all the obstacles have passed over. You know, they've removed themselves from you. And now you're taking a few more steps, a few more very important steps to make yourself known and make yourself balanced and heard out there, and that you will find new friends, a new companionship, and a sense of love as well. Is there a family party? Are there people that are gathering that want to celebrate with you? Do you have that coming up in March and April?
Yes.
And who is that?
April.
Who is coming up?
April. It's me and my sister's birthday.
Is it both yours and your sister's? Wow.
Yeah, we have the same birthday.
The same. Wow, that's amazing. So celebrating together. Yeah, I do have other family members as well that are reaching out. But who is this initial S? Do you know somebody in your life at the moment, or somebody has passed with, because it won't go. So I need to either pass this lady on, because it is a lady, or connect her to you or to somebody around you.
My mom is Cheryl, but she's not passed.
Right, okay. So do you remember when I said to you the initial S and the sh sound, and it was like Shez or Sharon or sh or Shu? That's her. So sometimes it doesn't have to be a person in spirit. It can be somebody around us, but The big difference is that her name is being given to me by Spirit. So it will be somebody who has passed over, who's shouting out her name, Cheryl, her name. So it's a message for her through you. And what I want to say to her, to Cheryl, is this is a lady in Spirit who wants to thank her for the help and kindness that she gave to her, that when she passed, it was like Cheryl was a little angel and that she helped her so much. Did she nurse somebody very carefully? Was she there holding this lady's hand? Because I've got this great sense of, wonderful moment of gratitude that is coming to her. So you must tell her, you must ask her that question.
Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been given her name. There would be no other reason for that.
Okay.
But I have to say that Cheryl will get up again soon. So did she fall? Is she sitting down a lot? She needs to get up, but she will get up again soon. Do you understand that at all?
Not that part, but I'll definitely see if it resonates with my mom.
Do, because it's an important message from Spirit. But maybe it's symbolic. Maybe she just has to get up and do things and really tend to those jobs, those errands, those bits and pieces, that unfinished business. But there's also legal things around you. You've got negotiation and help and good fortune as well, with wills and trusts and legal elements about inheritance and property that's going forward. So I think that there's going to be a lot to discuss. But that message from Spirit for your mum and for you: carry on, be strong, don't look back, and embrace your future, because it's a good one. And thank you for joining me on my show here. I've been Eleanor Grace. It's been wonderful to talk to you, to see you all, and I'll see you again, back here again on Moonstruck Psychic Radio next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. Hello, darlings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and my shoulder is on fire. But aside from that, everything's fine. And I hope you're having a nice, cozy evening in. You're welcome to come over and bring marshmallows, by the way. Let's see. Am I loud enough? Okay. So we're coming into the new moon in Pisces tomorrow, which is going to feel like a very dreamy day. And new moon is always a time to sort of set intentions, kind of start over if you feel that's something you need to do, or just start a whole new cycle. It's a great time. I'm going to use the M word. It's a great time for manifesting. I know you've heard this from a million different places, but I've discovered that the best way to manifest is just assume that you already have the thing. Or if you don't have it, just go steal it. No, maybe that's not. Hold on. Let's rewind. Anyway, so it's, yes, new moon in Pisces. If you're a Pisces, this is an especially auspicious day for you. You could be surprised by a new interest, a new love, a new hobby, a new parakeet. I have 2 parakeets, so let's see. We're also about to do the tarot psychic weather, which is just like regular weather, except, say it with me, less damaging to crops. And psychic weather is starts today and goes for the next week. And even if you just happen to be idly wandering by when the Moonstruck TV show, this one, or the A1R radio show, this one, is on in the background, this still applies to you. You cannot escape. But I've just noticed over the past couple of years that the psychic tarot weather. Oh, hi, Mia. I'll be with you in a couple minutes. And while you're waiting, Mia, I love the name Mia. It's beautiful. I also really like Omaha. While you're waiting, I'm going to ask you to do a special breath. I'm going to ask you to do 3 of them. So you're going to breathe in like this. Then breathe in what's more on top of that, like that. And then you're going to pucker your lips and let the air out through your lips, like you're blowing out a birthday candle or your whoopee cushion. And with that, I'll tell you why. Because I said so, young lady. No, that's not why. Because it stimulates the vagus nerve, VAGUS. When stimulated, you'll wake up in a hotel room in a Nevada city surrounded by 10 unconscious sex workers, 40 empty bottles of liquor, and 10 years of your life missing. So we want to make sure to stimulate the right nerve here. Okay, so do that breath, long and then one on top of it, and then out like a whoopee cushion, and think about your question, and I'll be with you in a minute. Yay! Thank you. Okay. Dozens cheer. Cakes and ginger beer for all. Okay, so the first card is like today, the next couple of days. Second card is like the weekend. Third card is, the days after that until Wednesday. I suddenly forgot how days of the week work. This is interesting. I don't get to see this card very often, and I really like it when I do. This is, can you see, it's very shiny, which is good. Here, let me put it up. Boop, there. Now you can see it. Yay. It's very hypnotic. I feel like if I go like this, stare at the card, you will send me all your money. Okay. You could get my address from the station. So this is not the Lover's card. This is the 2 of Cups, which in some ways is almost better. It's less fraught. So in the next couple of days, you might be meeting somebody who just unexpectedly knocks your socks off. I mean, not literally. That would be weird. We don't want you wandering around barefoot. But if you notice, you'll see that they're exchanging a cup. And it goes from their throat chakra, which means that they tell each other the truth, down to the heart chakra, which means affection, maybe even love, down through the silver chakra, which is confidence, and then the orange chakra, which is discernment and also naughty things. So this says that you might bump into somebody with whom you have an instant, inexplicable attraction, and to trust that. Oh, the other thing is that's the Archangel Raphael up there, and the Asclepius, which is the staff of healing. You see that like on prescription pads. If you seal them, forge them, and sell the contents like I do. Oops, did I just say that outside of my head? Anyway, so this is really interesting. Keep your eye out and be open to be open to unexpected love. Okay. Unsurprisingly, after that happens, it looks like you're going to be sort of rethinking your future, or maybe starting kind of a new journey you didn't expect to start. Now, this could be a literal journey, but the Fool card doesn't mean you're going to be a fool. The Fool card is taking a step up in your life and a step up in your frequency and starting a whole new path that is usually really good. So if you're thinking about anything you wanted to start, now is the time. And as I believe the German philosopher Goethe said, whatever you, wait a minute, I have a, whatever you do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius and power and magic within it. There you go. Oh, that's nice. It's kind of a weird deck, but my friend Meredith gave it to me, so I love her. This is the Crow deck, and it's the Ace of Cups. And the Ace of Cups means that you're going to be experiencing some sort of a return to some kind of childlike happiness and wonder, even if you're really grumpy and cynical like me. Sorry, this is me being grumpy and cynical. It also feels like, I don't know, maybe like the daffodils are starting to blossom where you are, and that makes you happy. Maybe you've started to rediscover an artistic or creative interest you had when you were a child, or it's just something that's not necessarily material. It's something kind of spiritual and fun and creative. And so enjoy that. Yay. That's what I say. So it sounds like you might be meeting somebody, and that's going to wind up giving your life a sort of nice twist. And you're going to be experiencing childlike wonder without the whole messy diapers thing. Okay. That was the psychic weather. Mia, my darling Mia, thank you for being so patient. Are you there?
Thank you. Yes, I am.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks. My shoulder's on fire, but aside from that, I don't know if you're listening on radio, that's the visual. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday, my angel?
My birthday is September 4th.
Oh, Virgo, the most misunderstood sign. People think Virgos is like, it is though, because you guys don't get the credit you deserve, because people think Virgo is about like being very neat or having OCD or being very prim. It's not about that. It's about purity. It's about a lifelong quest for sort of taking abstract truths and making them real in the real world. And there's a kind of idealism that's very beautiful about Virgos. Anyway, you're a Virgo. I like that. So how can I help you, my dear?
I would want a reading.
Okay. Do you have any particular question, or should I just dive in?
Morely about like if there's anybody in heaven who wants to talk to me and my relationship.
Okay. Let's start out. Feels like you've lost 3 people in 3 years. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. It feels to me like you've lost, I'm so sorry about this, like you've lost like maybe 3 people in the last 3 or 4 years. Is that correct?
I mean, one of them is my family, and then like my grandma's side. They were really close with me, so yes, like 3.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, love. Is your grandmother still here? No.
Yes.
She is. Okay. I wasn't sure. She had a very strong life force. Oh, I like her. She'd be fun to go out for a beer with. Okay. I'm getting, let's see. 2 people are coming forward. I can usually only do 1 at a time, but it both seems like they passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Are you there? It feels like they both passed a little before their time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a boy and a girl? I mean, a man and a woman?
It's a man.
Yeah. Okay, he's stepping out first. I'm going to go out on a limb here. Did he have a K name? Not Curtis, but like a K in his name. What was his first name?
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche?
Yes, but his name's Juan. It's my uncle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My other uncle, Jason.
Huh. I don't know where I was getting the K from. Is the name Carlos in there anywhere? Like a middle name? It's okay, not important.
Carlos? No.
Okay. Nietzsche, what an interesting name. Okay. Can you tell me his birthday?
His birthday?
Yeah. Or his sign?
The 29th.
Of, what? What month?
Hold on just a second. It's my mom. She knows all. Hold on.
That's okay.
I think it's July 20.
Yeah,
What,
that makes sense.
When's Nietzsche's birthday? When's Nietzsche's birthday? Is it 29th? Is it the 29th? Oh my God. Okay, just ask. When's Nietzsche's birthday? Huh? When's Nietzsche's birthday? July 29th.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry to ask, but because I've got a very Leo energy coming through, and that seems
29.
like what's your?
I'm sorry. You can repeat that.
No problem. Okay. That makes sense because I'm getting a very Leo energy. He wasn't super young, but he was much younger than he should have been when he passed. Was it?
Yes, he was in like his 20s. He'd be in his 30s.
Yeah. Was it an accident? Was there like a motorcycle or something involved?
No.
That's interesting. Did he pass? It feels like he passed quickly, though.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's showing me a motorcycle. I don't know why. Maybe he just likes motorcycles. He's about 5'9". Honey, I'm getting kind of two people at the same time. Hold on. Guys, I appreciate it. Do you mind stepping aside a little? Thank you. We're going to need you first. What a fascinating name. Okay.
Well, his name is Juan, but like we call him Nietzsche for a nickname.
Cool. It's okay. So hold on. He's about 5'9". Has he got like a dimple or two dimples? He's got a great smile.
Yes.
Yeah. Very funny, kind of jolly, kind of deep, actually. Loved music.
Yes.
And was your mom? It feels like she was his big sister, but he kind of treats her like a little sister, if that makes sense. He would.
I mean, she took care of him, but she's like more. She calls him a son, but like that's still her brother.
Yeah, but he's very cheeky. Do you know that word? It's a British word. It means kind of funny, saucy, impudent. I like your cat. Okay. And
yes, he made his own music, and my mom put it out there for him, and he actually died overdose.
Yeah,
of fentanyl.
I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Did he have a slight limp of some kind? But is there a like? I don't know. I'm getting something to do with a hurt foot or a hurt leg. It's not important. Okay. It might have happened right before he passed. He did not want to pass. He also would like to apologize to you guys because he. Do you have a brother and a sister?
Yes.
Okay. He loves you guys, and he says he's there with you a lot, and he's very encouraging. You can also ask him for help with small stuff if, like, I don't know, if you're studying for a test or they like to do. They can't volunteer to help us unless it's like life or death. But if we ask them, they can kind of step in and just help us out. Like, find me a new boyfriend or help me study for this test. So
yes,
is he kind of barrel chested? Do you know what I mean by that?
No.
Barrel chested, kind of a big chest. Like, I don't think that tall, but kind of wide shoulders, and then kind of, I don't know. Anyway, barrel chested. It means kind of a medium size, like, torso.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. Maybe a little burly because he worked. And he's got a tattoo on, I think, his right bicep. Got a couple of tattoos. Okay, I got the right guy.
Yes, couple, yeah.
And I'm not very confident about saying names right now but is your mother's name, does that have is there like a Judy or something beginning with J in his family?
No.
Okay.
But my grandma, his mother is Jeanette.
Okay. That's who he's apologizing to. He loves your mother too, and he's very grateful to her. And he wants me to tell her that he's really sorry he didn't listen. because she gave him really good advice, but he was very willful, if that makes sense. He really wants to apologize to his and your mom's mom, the Jeanette. Yeah, that was the J I was getting. Because she kind of hasn't been the same since. If you could tell her from him that he is always with her, that when she feels like...
She feels him all the time.
All the time, yeah. Sometimes it'll feel like a breeze on her cheek or her neck. Sometimes it'll smell like... If she smells like, you know that firewood burning smell? Or, God, there's something else. This is going to sound crazy, but birds are of any kind are a sign that he's around, especially for some reason, I don't know why, Canadian geese. So if she's outside and she sees like a flock of Canadian geese, it's sort of him saying hi. But he's always with her. Always.
Yeah, my grandma always said that she sees birds coming to her window and he'll just talk to her.
Yes.
And he'll go, like he'll sit there and go after.
Yes, exactly right. It's funny, there's a very beautiful Hopi Indian song. It says, "We become birds when we die." Anyway, I guess that's... he can't stay too long because I don't have the energy to hold him, but he wants you to really concentrate. He says, don't get distracted by boys or girls or whatever romantic thing. I think it's boys with you. Don't get distracted. If you haven't already gotten a degree, he says education is very important for you because you kind of don't know how smart you are. And you're very smart. You're good at science. I don't even know if you know that. Like biology, stuff like that. You'd make a very good chemist. I know it doesn't sound exciting, but it's actually a lot of fun. So if you are not in school right now and you feel like going back to school, he's being really encouraging about that. And yeah, because you're very smart and you've got a successful future. You just have to, you're very sensitive. You're very sensitive. And sometimes he's saying you can let things throw you off track a bit because you're so sensitive, but he says just take a deep breath and just keep moving forward. That's the most important thing. And he loves you and your brother and your sister. He's a lot with your brother. He doesn't want him to make the same mistakes he did. Your sister's fine. She's just sort of totally normal. Am I right?
Yes, for my brother. It's just surprising because he was there with him and he blames himself a lot, and it's been really hard for him and my sister, and they live together. So they've been drinking a lot, and it's just been a lot on everybody.
They need to go to AA, which is really fun. A lot of hot guys and girls there. And they both need to know that that was his time. Before we come into the world, we pick the time we're going to leave. He always knew he was going to go young. That's why he lived kind of full throttle. It had nothing to do with them. Nothing. He's very grateful for all three of you because you really taught him about love. One last thing. Does he have a kid too?
Yes, he just had a kid. He didn't get to meet, and he has 3 children.
Yeah, but there's a brand new one.
Yes, his baby, yes.
Yeah. Girl? Is she a girl?
It's a boy.
Oh, interesting. The others are girls.
He has his hair long. Yes, that's how he had it back in the day. So he does look like a girl a little, but he's not a girl. He's a boy.
No, sorry about that. I was a little mixed up.
No, you're fine.
It's important to him that you guys all stay in touch, like you stay in touch with your cousins. Yes, we do. Very important.
He's just like him. Looks like him and all.
Yes.
Loves his music. He listens to his dad's music.
Well, Nietzsche was very talented. He played a couple of instruments, and he wrote songs. He had a good voice too. He played it feels like he played bass, guitar, and occasionally like conga or drums or something. But and he was born musical. He was musical from when he was a kid. Well, his talent lives on through his children. You have your own talents. He's really on your side and cheering you on. And hold on one second. Dave, shall I stay with Mia since we got this far?
I'm sorry?
Okay. All right, my darling. I'm going to have to jump off. But I hope did that land for you? Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm so glad. Well, huge hugs from here, and stay in touch. And Mia, just bless you. And that color looks great on you. All right, sweetie. I'll talk to you soon. Stay in touch. Bye. And I get the coolest people here. Carol, thank you for being such a patient angel. Hi, patient angel. How are you?
That's great. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when's your birthday?
Christmas Day, 1968 at 12:37 p.m. in Chicago Heights, Illinois.
Oh, I've been there.
So I got my nails hot.
Yeah, I can't do all that in my head, but I love that. Okay, wait a second. That's my favorite week of Capricorns. Talk about a misunderstood sign. That week of Capricorn, you guys are very, very proper and very, present. We can take you anywhere, but underneath you're very original and a little crazy.
Yeah, we're very, very misunderstood because my mother always said, when I was good, I was very, very good. When I was bad, I was horrid. So
like the little girl with the little curl in the middle of her forehead. Yeah.
That's what she
I really
said
like
to me.
it.
Yeah, the curl.
Now, I'm going to talk really fast because we've only got about 3 minutes because when I'm doing mediumship work, I lose track of time. So sorry about that. So do you have a specific question?
Just whatever you're picking up in the spirit world.
Cool. Wow. You have a lot of... Do you come from like a close family or a big family? Because you got a lot of people on the other side around you. And you also
lost a lot of pets. I lost a lot of people and pets.
I'm so sorry. Well, you're really loved and you're really protected. I mean, don't go crazy with that, but you're very protected. You're very supported. But also it feels like you have... Do you want me to pop into relationship or career right now?
Career.
Okay. You're underselling yourself. You're extremely talented at a couple of things most people aren't talented at. I'm trying to see what they are. God, one of them feels like, I don't know, this geometry or draftsmanship. Something being very precise with like a pencil. I don't know what that is.
I used to draw and paint in the arts.
Yeah. You'd also... if you can figure out a way to go back to school, you'd make a really good architect because you think both conceptually, you think like on your left side of the brain and the right side of the brain. So you are good at concepts, but you're also good at like organization and admin, better than you think. I would really see if you can go back to school if that's an option.
I'd like to do something else. I am very organized. You're right about that.
Yeah. But you're also creative. And that's very unusual.
Oh, yeah, because I'm always creating new things and changing things around in the house,
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. You'd also make a good, it's called feng shui, Fengshi.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be awesome at that. If you wanted to, you have a natural, genius for that.
My house
very good.
Has all 4 elements in my house. I even have a fish tank and a water fountain for the water part.
I'm just going to pat myself in the back here. Pat, pat, pat. Yeah, if you just wanted to study up and get a quick certificate in that, you've got such a great feel for energy, the way it moves through a room, and for composition. That's why I was saying architect, because they're kind of similar. That would be a really nice side hustle. We got 60 seconds. The other thing is the person in your life who keeps coming back and forth romantically. Do you know who I mean?
A romantic that comes back and forth?
Yeah. It's okay.
Is it someone I work with?
Might be. But don't go there anymore because you got something much better coming. Yeah, coming up in July.
Life, but there's someone that I have a little a crush on, but it comes and goes.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm picking up. I would go go after that person. I think we got 30 seconds. I'm going to talk really fast like a New Yorker. So I think that person also really likes you too, but you're both kind of going like are waiting for the other person to make a move. So I would go outside of your comfort zone, like ask this person out for an ice cream cone or something non-committal, but still like, hey, you want to meet me for some cherry vanilla? Sorry. So anyway, all right, my love, I've got to Zoom, but let me know what you decide because you've got real talent and it's just lovely to meet you. So call back next week. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you for being here. That color looks great on you.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Star Connections with Azrael. Live from Azrael.love.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Star Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. This is Azrael Zemanek, and I'm coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee on this beautiful and windy Tuesday. So let's take a moment before we really dive in deep to today's session. I thought today, actually, we would open into the power of frequency and what does that mean and how do we work with it and open to it in our lives, right? So the first thing that we can do to really connect with that frequency, or even open to the idea of it, is to invite ourselves to start to settle and soften in our systems. Maybe taking a big, beautiful breath in and exhaling, sighing out through the mouth, and just softening into your body, softening into the space of being. Just for a moment, I'd like you to imagine what it would be like if you had no agenda. If you had nothing that you needed to do or show up as, but instead you could just be. What might that look like? And what might that feel like? Noticing any tension on your shoulders and just letting it soften. Almost like you had a waterfall running down your back, just cleansing anything that you were carrying that were holding you back from really being your true potential. Not realizing it because you are already it. What would it be like to be able to show up fully as you, in your highest frequency, in your highest awareness, and know that that was more than enough? So just take a moment or two more, maybe bringing your awareness to your heart or to your belly. Any place at all that feels somewhat like home or center. And as you do this, when you do this and arrive here, find a soft smile. And then very gently and softly allow yourself to come more into a state of perhaps consensus reality. And open your eyes. You can keep them closed. How do you receive information best? And how will you feel most open and most comfortable to listen for the next 24 minutes or so? We'll probably do a little bit more energy work in there at some point too. So frequency, right? Those of us that are aware of the light, aware of this fractal universe that we live in, that are connected to something more than our physical body, and the belief that we are somehow beyond the expression of this physical world. Frequency is it, right? The frequency is the vibration of sound and light that we are. And so how do we live that? Because more than ever now, and I've even heard some psychics and some people say that like the 5D or the new world, like it's already here, right? It's just about grounding it in. It's just about having enough of us wake up to that reality for it to become the consensus reality, the true reality, right? And so for those of us that are listening to this show and that are open and aware of our potential, or perhaps our truth of being light beings, being light workers, being sort of the keepers of this field of energy, how can we help to ground in this new earth and this new reality? And how can we not only do that for like the collective, but how can we do that for our life? How can we live to our highest experience of being. And there's so many ways to go about this, right? But today I want to focus on the level and the energy of frequency and the vibration of frequency. So before I get into it anymore, I want to let you all know again, my name's Azrael Zemanek. You can find me at www.azrael.love or facebook.com/azrael.love. YouTube at Soul Star Collective. And I just actually dropped a sound healing and guided meditation on my YouTube. You can access it via Facebook too, that allows us to come into these deeper states of frequency and to connect to different frequencies, the frequency of the earth, the frequency of heaven. They're different things. And then the frequency of our own soul light, our own soul star. It is perhaps the one that's even most important for us to be aware of and to connect to. So what is frequency? Frequency is the vibration. It's the energy of the light or the sound waves or the flow of energy that makes up who we are. And we have all different levels, right, of frequency. Our physical vibration is so much heavier than our pure vibration. Even the levels of our energy body, our chakras, they're going to be heavier, a little bit denser, even though they're light, than this pure divine energy that's carrying our true essence or our true self. And it's really beautiful when we can start to come into a cultivation of our true self or of our energy field. And so this can be really easy for some of us, and for others, it's not so easy. And then for some, it's easy until it's not, right? One of the best ways to really tune in and to know what this energy is to go back in time and to remember a time where you just felt open and connected, where you just felt in alignment with life. So it could be with one of your children, right? It doesn't have to be during work. We have this idea, it's about our purpose, or it's about when I connect with the guides and the angels. And it might be. But frequency doesn't just pick and choose and say, oh, well, when you're working, you can feel the frequency, and when you're not, you can't. Instead, it's about when are we feeling most connected to that natural light that shines within us. So let's take a moment and let's see if we can go back in time. You can close your eyes if you like, and think of a time where your heart felt so alive and so filled with joy and connection. Think of a time where everything felt just right. Might have even been when you were out in nature. Might have been in a meditation. Go back to that time and just remember and notice what it feels like or felt like. But notice the felt like can become a feels like. Where do you feel it in your body? And how do you feel in this moment? It's okay if you're still with the memory. That's the only way you can feel it. That's fine. But just notice the quality of this. Notice the space in here. And feel it shine. And notice already how different you feel. Open your eyes, let go of the memory, and notice how your heart just feels a little bit more open. There's a little bit higher resonance. It's that simple. And it's not something that all of a sudden you're going to walk around the rest of your day and be like, oh, I'm a shining goddess, right? I mean, it'd be great if you did, but we're human. We have things come our way. We have things come at us. But what happens when we tap in and tune in and remember that feeling of alignment? What we bring attention to grows. And the more that we can bring our attention and our awareness to these spaces of alignment, even for a moment, even for a second, it allows that frequency of our light and our experience to become grounded down here now on earth. Notice that. Notice how you're feeling it coming through your body, coming through your cells, coming through this experience of being. And then ask yourself, what would it be like if you walk through life in this way? What would it be like if you could let go of the efforting? And now when I'm talking about efforting, right, it's not that we shouldn't work. It's not that we shouldn't or don't want to put intentional energy towards something. When we're in alignment, sometimes that gives us the biggest burst of energy. But what would happen if we stop trying to force things to go our way? Or we stop trying to force ourselves to fit into something that is not in alignment with our frequency. It's that simple. And of course, with our mind, of course, with our busy lives, it's not that simple, right? And we've all grown up with this idea that we need to be something. We need to do something important. We need to make our mark on this world. What if that were just a story? What if making the mark on this world or on this planet was just by being us, just by anchoring in the light that we are? You know, purpose. Purpose is a big one that comes up in our community, right? In all communities, right? But especially in the spiritual community, what's my purpose, right? I've got a purpose. This is what it is. Then we want to find our purpose. We want to figure out our purpose. We want to be a service that's coming from a great place, right? But what if by being an open channel, what if by aligning ourselves with what feels right and in tune for us, and by right and in tune, that doesn't mean life is always going to feel right and in tune for us. No. But where can we find that frequency within? Where can we tune into our own rhythm in whatever life is bringing to us? That it would allow things to unfold. Sometimes with challenge, but also with grace and ease. Like the image I'm getting right now as I tune into you all listening to the show are these beautiful light beings, each of us a little bit different color, each of us a little bit different vibration, all of us extremely beautiful, pure light, but each anchoring in a different tone, a different harmonic. And in that honoring of our own unique frequency, our own unique nature, isn't that making a mark on the world? Isn't that alignment with purpose? I used to be, I wouldn't say I'm ever type A. I don't know if anyone would call me type A, but I used to be very focused, right? In my 30s to 40s. And I would just focused so much on purpose and work. And I knew what my purpose was. I was like, I've got it. It's happening, moving through me. I'm in alignment, right? And life has really changed for me a lot in these past 5 years. And one of the things that's changed is my purpose. Doesn't mean I'm not doing the same work, or maybe it's got different flavors and different textures and tapestries. But I've started to open up to this idea that my purpose is in every breath. My purpose comes alive in every connection. And my purpose is through the frequency that I hold in my moment to moment, not in being of service to other people by being a healer or a helper or a guide to them, although I love to do that, right? But when we limit our frequency and we limit this idea of ourselves to only one aspect of our life, how is that helping? How is that shifting? How is that doing anything for us? In fact, it's limiting that light or that energy from reaching other areas of our life. What if we could open to this idea of purpose or of frequency, to being present and alive in every moment? So my invitation to you this week is, what would it be like to just start to notice when you're in alignment? And when you're not in alignment, start to notice what you may be able to choose or do to make a different choice, to bring yourself more into alignment. So sometimes we can't, right? Sometimes we're at work and it's busy and you've got all these people needing you. Sometimes, you're a mom or a dad with your kids and it's full on. And in that full onness, you've got to be in it, right? And so is it by taking a breath during that time and being as present as possible? Is it by noticing later when you're tired that you could choose to pause and meditate or sit instead of going on and getting that next thing done? What if it were that simple? See, we're not always going to be in alignment, at least not yet. Our human beingness isn't, I don't know, we're just not there yet, right? But we can start to make choices that allow the higher frequencies to shine a little bit brighter, to shine a little bit more for us. Each one of us, whether we realize it or not, we have an awareness in our system to know whether something feels good or bad, to know whether it's right or wrong. And so what if we started paying attention to those unique resonances, those unique vibrations? And instead of just doing what we have to do and staying with the things that don't feel so good, what if we can make a choice or choices that allow us to cultivate what is in alignment, at least in the spaces when we can? So that's my invitation for you. Because you know what? We all want to bring the 5D into the 3D or the 3D into the 5D. We all want to connect with our angels and our guides. We all want to be more intuitive, more open, more light here on earth. I mean, if anything, isn't that like the most profound thing we could do? Well, other than enjoying our lives and enjoying our beings. And it really is up to us. It's up to us to make the choices. It's up to us to step forward in this cultivation of higher frequency, to bring it into our body, to bring it into our being, and to move from it. And I'm not talking about spiritual bypassing. We need to feel our emotions. We need to express them. We need to allow them to move. But when we can settle, when we can soften, where is that space that we can cultivate and connect with our own unique resonance of being? And so I'm going to invite you to close your eyes. And take a few moments and just settle in. Knowing that if you don't know how to cultivate, if you're not sure, feel free to check out some of my videos on YouTube. It's at Soulstar Collective. Guided meditations can be so helpful. Sound can be so helpful. So I'd like you to notice your body right now. I'm going to do a short 5-minute meditation. And I'd like you to notice your breath. And I'd like to give you permission and the invitation to just soften and settle into your being. Slowly and gently, just letting go. And feeling the rise and fall of your gentle and sacred breath. And now I'm going to ask you, if there were a color, first one that comes, what color would you be? What color do you resonate the most with and as? And imagine breathing that color into your body. And as you exhale, imagine that color just expanding through every cell and every space of your being. Notice as if you do this, that the color gets brighter, or perhaps it changes to a different color. Just again, giving yourself that permission to notice what color shines through you in this moment with your imagination, with your mind. To notice what it feels like to open to this grace of your own unique harmonic, your own unique vibration through color. And then gently and softly, imagine somebody you love being in this field with you. And notice what color they are. Notice what it's like to feel them. Maybe picture another person. What color would they be? Notice what happens when we let go of the ideas of ourselves as physical beings and come into the resonance of color. Notice if you see and feel spots that are clearer and more open within yourself or those other beings that you're seeing and envisioning. And then take a moment and ask yourself, what do you most need to know right now to come into deeper connection with your highest frequency? I'm going to take a few moments for this. What do you most need to know right now to come into connection with your highest frequency. And listen. Trust in it. Our body knows, our awareness and our intuition knows. Take a moment and bring your awareness to your sit bones. And then bring your awareness to your heart. Allow the shoulders to soften and to settle. And still be with your color, or you can let it go. Find a soft smile on your lips. And open to the knowing and the gentle knowledge that you truly are the highest light, that you truly are more than enough, and that you truly are the magic that is here to ground in the new earth. So this week, I encourage you to cultivate your highest frequency, to say no to what isn't serving you when you have that choice, and to open to this idea of a more joyful, bright, and aligned experience of being. I want to thank you all so much for tuning in. I look forward to seeing you next week. And feel free to check me out at www.azrael.love or facebook.com/azrael.love. The meditation with the music is divine. I did it with a dear friend. And I wish you all the most beautiful, beautiful day with so much love.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. Thank you for joining me on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck Television. I'm here every Tuesday talking astrology, squeezing in a reading or two sometimes. I do want to start with the astrology at the top, but I also want to just start with a message because I am a Canadian and very proud Canadian. And we have a lot of people in the US who listen to this show. And I do want to say we have a saying about elbows up. You're going to see that a lot, but I'm going to make a big heart because, the truth is that we are all kind of one and the same, and that the truth about it all is not really about a political conversation. It's really about the rich and the poor. That's really what that's about, and who runs things, and that. So keep that in mind, that we're all just people getting along and in our lives and trying to raise our families and do our work and those kinds of things. And that it's sort of an unfortunate position that we find ourselves in, having given power to politics, unfortunately. And so, but the truth is that the conversation's more not about us and them. Conversation is more about we, and how as a society can we be we, okay, with B on Tuesdays. Anyway, no lectures, just love. And that, hopefully we can work everything out. That's what I'm hoping. All right. I am going to start with some of the astrology at the top. We've got a couple of planets going into retrograde motion this next 7 to 10 days, and Venus and Mercury. And Venus, sort of in that Pisces, Aries wheelhouse, but that Aries wheelhouse and that retrograde. Aries is often known as the warrior, but truly, I would almost say that they're more likely the goddess Diana, the goddess, the warrior of the forest, the huntress, and that it's going back with Venus retrograde, sort of with this energy, is reflecting on actions, reflecting on words and actions, reflecting on relationships, reflecting on old things we might want to have said, or going back and reflecting on our values, reflecting on who we are. And then we've got Mercury, which is really going back in our communications and also going back over old communications. So these two areas will be lit up. Things that are said today doesn't mean anything tomorrow. And we could find that information that comes out, will be going back over for detail. And Mercury retrograde is notorious for, electronic failures, for glitches in the matrix. And then the final piece is that we have a total lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 14th. And it's an important one because on February 28th is when that portal opened with the new moon in Pisces. And now we have a culminating lunar eclipse in Virgo. And I'm going to kind of go into each of the signs based on what I just talked about. Sun, moon, or rising. You listen to all three. If you know your sun is your divine masculine, it's like I do. It's the world out there. What do you do? And the divine feminine is your home body, your emotion. I feel. And your ascendant or your first house is how those get put together in the vehicle you drive it forward in, and so how you present it. And so that would be like your ascendant. And I would listen to all three for a fuller picture. So if I talk about Aries, sun, moon, rising with Venus retrograde in your sign, personal desires and self-presentation comes into focus. Reflect on your values and how you express them in relationships. Taking up space. What are your boundaries? What's important to you? Are you codependent? Are you avoidant? What's going on around you in relationships? And you might be going over old ground in that. The upcoming lunar eclipse may prompt changes in your daily routines. Use this time for self-reflection and adjustment. You could find that your daily routine is disrupted and that you're like, that's it. I'm putting a discipline in so that A, B, and C happens every day. And so this could be a good turnabout for you the next 7 to 10 days. Tauruses, sun, moon, rising. Venus retrograde encourages you to address unresolved issues, particularly in areas of closure and unconscious patterns. The lunar eclipse is going to highlight the need to release outdated habits. Maybe they're not your type. Maybe they're your pattern. Taurus, maybe that's just what's going on for you. And I feel like you could be letting go of what no longer serves you. That could be work environments, people, friends, friend groups, social circles, leagues you might have belonged to, golf buddies, whatever that's about, so there's changes for you, Tauruses, that, and habits that would have drawn you to them. So what habits are you having in relationship that might keep in relationships that feel not reciprocal? And so you're going to look at that for yourselves next 7 to 10 days and move in a new direction, because when these planets go direct, we'll be moving in a new direction. So it's almost like, if you can imagine, an arrow being pulled back in its bow, ready to be shot. And so as we pull back, tension builds, and wherever we've been aiming it, full steam ahead, full steam ahead. Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. This is going to be a period that's going to be about reevaluating social dynamics and community relationships. The lunar eclipse could prompt some reassessments of friendships and group affiliations. You could consider who's in your circle, who's on your social media, who's in your friend circle. Do they have similar values? Gemini, you have Jupiter in your sign. You're going to be really thinking, but particularly when Uranus starts to make its appearance in the next, couple months, 2 months, you're assessing who's in your circle. If they're what they're saying or spouting out there in the public realm you don't agree with, you're going to be like, block and remove. Your friend list could be deteriorated a bit, and you could be cleaning house. And I feel like, you know what? You don't want your space gunked up with people's opinions all the time. You might just want to watch cat videos. Totally okay. Cancerian, Sun, Moon, Rising, professional growth, strengthening home foundations are in focus for you guys. The eclipse is going to be about balancing career ambitions with your personal life. And it's going to be about responsibility versus comfort. And it's going to be about maybe uncomfortable conversations in houses of responsibility, work, places, processes, things that you have to get through, you have to work through the details of. And I feel like a little bit of discomfort could go a long way for you in terms of really seeing some growth professionally. And that could just be in terms of work environments, career trajectories. So you might be feeling like you're going over old ground, going over old conversations, and then find out new information, especially with this eclipse. And it's going to send you in a new direction, Cancerians, for the next 6 months. So some big stuff for you guys there. Going over work processes, documents, jobs, careers, those types of things, and a new trajectory, new roles, new ways of looking at things. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising. You're inspired to explore new philosophies and adventure. The eclipse might promote changes in your belief systems. You could be looking at a shift in perspectives, therapy, learning environments, really looking at how you viewed things. You could be gathering strength in that. You could be really educating yourself, looking at new ways of dealing with things, looking at new visions, plans, and it could feel a bit frightening and a bit way out there. And as these retrograde plans come into play, it might be going back to some old goals you had or old visions you might have had, for them to move ahead quickly in the next 6 weeks or so, even once these planets go back direct. And so you're going to have a new perspective, though, no belief systems where you thought that, the last 20 years, 30 years, 10 years, 5 years, this is how I thought it was, and it's not anymore. And so you're going to be making decisions from a completely different perspective. And so the next 7 to 10 days are going to give you a taste of that, especially with that eclipse coming. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising. Boy, that eclipse in your sign emphasizes your own personal transformation, releasing habits, self-improvement, really looking at maybe going from perfectionist to, it's good enough, or from being too micro to looking at the macro and the bigger picture. And that this is going to be the beginning. This is the first eclipse of a series of eclipses that are going to be transformative in your identity, Virgo, whether you're sun, moon, or you're rising. And it's going to be very transformative. So if it's, for instance, in your sun, it could be very much in your social, your career, how you identify, the type of work you're doing. And you could solidify it, make some real commitments by the time these eclipses are done with you. Libra, Sun, Moon, Rising, relationships under review. And the eclipse is about healing partnerships, communicating openly with partners and seeking balance in your connections. Hey, maybe you were in a mindset of things weren't coming together, things weren't getting committed. It could have felt very friends with benefits. It could feel very situationships, a bit of confusion around relationship for those of you in those Libras in those cycles. And that you could be going over old conversations, text, interactions, old ground with lovers, partners, past, present, and really looking at, can I work it out with this person? Is it going to work out? You could have old lovers coming back from the past. They could be coming out of the woodwork. And you're really looking at seeking balance. Is this what I want? Is this what I need? You just had a whole series of eclipses that would have changed your karma around relationships, Libra. And so what you wanted 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago isn't what you want now. And so you could be looking for something much different and wanting to really communicate that. And you could find something gets presented to you that is good and is kind of new for you. And that you could be, I'm not sure. And I just feel like this is that new energy. You could be looking at making commitments even in the next, once these plans go direct, you could be saying, that's the one, that's where I want to go. Scorpio, sun, moon, rising. Focus on your daily routines and well-being. The eclipse is going to prompt some health changes, health habits. Could be like you realize that, oh my gosh, I got to really take care of my health and well-being. I got to take care of my routine has gotten out of sync. I'm off my diet. I'm off my plan. I haven't been as diligent as I know I have been. You could get on a new healing routine, medications, treatments, things that could be quite beneficial. You could be taking it serious. You could be making new commitments in terms of your wellness and very much so in the daily routine part of your chart, right? So the day-to-day, what cumulatively is adding up for you? And you could see some real rewards by looking at your daily routines. Sagittarius, sun, moon, rising, creative and personal expression, hobbies, things you enjoy, time to play. You could find that you're focused a little bit and over this next, 7 to 10 days, but even as these planets go retrograde, going over old projects you've kind of left to the side and you're like, oh, I can get back to that hobby. I can get back to that enjoyment. And it's about balancing work and fun. And, you might be feeling a bit spring fevered coming up soon. You could be feeling like you really want to get back to some old projects that you want to finish up before you move on to new ones, which I would suggest with this retrograde energy, not to move on to new things too quickly, because you could be going over old details. But this is a great time to finish up some old endeavors, projects, renovations, home pieces, hobbies, things you've been working on, going back to old hobbies you've really enjoyed in the past. You could be getting back to practicing the guitar. You could be getting back to things that you're really wanting to enjoy again. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. Home and family matters take precedent. And so when I think about that, I think the eclipse also is about reassessing your living situation. And this could be about you outgrew you're too big for your britches there, Capricorn. It could be time to move on from a long-term career, move on from a long-term place of employment or long-term partnership. And in all of these instances, you would have lost your passion for them. So there would be something that you could have been contemplating for a while. It could have been kind of the writing's been on the wall for a while. I just feel like circumstances are going to come together for you to really move you to get, to a new place of looking at things over the next, and it could be around, simple as moving house, moving places where you live. It could be big, like career and all of it, relocation. So some big stuff coming up for you, Capricorns, the next 7 to 10 days. And it's not a step back. I think it's a redirection. Aquarian, sun, moon, rising, communication and community involvement are emphasized. This eclipse will encourage heartfelt communications, meaningful conversations, sense of belonging in your community, any volunteer activities, social activities, groups, belongings, community gatherings. You could find that you get a real sense of belonging. They could reach out to you. You could find that something really, a cause really takes up your passions. You could feel excited about it, but it certainly brings you into sort of a web of belonging. You feel like you're being brought into something where you could find a real group idea, thought, a group culture, a group cause that you feel like you have a real sense of belonging there, Aquarians, in this, and it could really, community ties could be strengthened. You could be given opportunity to be tapped on the shoulder to be on a board of directors. You could have a good volunteer opportunity. You could have a good opportunity to contribute to your community in some way that you find really invigorating in this next 7 to 10 days, but it does take hold over this entire year for you. Finally, Pisces, last but not the least there, Pisces, because man, you got a lot of energy, and you got the sun, you got Neptune, you got Saturn, you got this sort of Venus retrograde going to touch ground a bit in your sign. Some big stuff going on. And this is a time of renewal and deepening relationships. And the eclipse is really going to highlight personal growth, new beginnings, partnerships, nurturing connections, creating your network, your web of people, creating, like if you're in sales, it's really ideal around creating a network of people that you could sell to, you could connect with, you can, new clients, you could have new options in your love life, things that you didn't see before. If you're in a long-term relationship situation, you could be finding new groups, couple friends, that a new sense of a renewal in the relationship, a new identity in it, and new commitments to trying new things, looking at new ways, even in relationship. And again, so it's not just romantic. So if you're folks that are in a long-term romantic, this could be a deepening for you, getting down to a depth that you haven't been at in a while or haven't, achieved before. And if you're single, this could be, where you build relationships are where the relationships are. For instance, friendships and social circles. And as you deepen clients and things like that, as you deepen relationships, so is relationship there. And over the next 7 to 10 days, but very much so for you guys with this eclipse season just got opened up for you, and you could find pleasant surprises in your house of partnership, and maybe closing karma as well. And so that's what I see. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And I read full time here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I'm also an artist and a psychic. I do both of that work together. And I'm releasing an oracle deck very shortly. I do have a little pop-up on my website that I have an art show coming. I'm doing the formal release. May 14th is my art show. I'm just going to, so save the date. I'll be sending out more formal invitations. And from that, I'll also be releasing my oracle deck, which will be for sale then. And it's 44-card oracle deck, all in my own personal reflection and transformation through my paintings over the last 2 years, and all the guided messages from me through them. And I feel very passionate about this deck, and I hope you'll enjoy it as much as I do. Now we have a Melissa from Kentucky. Hello, Melissa.
Hello.
So my name's Bernice. People call me B. I'd like to be of service to you over the next 10 or 11 minutes. How can I do that for you?
Oh, just whatever comes your way, I guess.
Okay, whatever. I love it. Let's do it. Okay, well, we'll work with your birthday for a little quick second. I do love astrology, and I do find it probably the most predictive. What's the day and month of your birthday?
May 28th.
May 28th. Let's explore May 28th for a minute. So this birthday coming, so if I'm going to talk about the few months leading up to your birthday, and then the few months after your birthday, if I think of your timeline, May 28th. Leading up to your birthday, you might find between now and May 28th, an increased need to take care of details, paperwork, plans that will require brain work, concentration, finalizing. And even in the next 6 weeks, you could find yourself maybe running around a lot with that, going back over old things. It could feel like that 10-minute drive turns out to be a 20-minute drive because that road is blocked, the map wasn't working. So just be really mindful that might feel a need to be in a hurry. And I don't want you to be in a hurry. I want you to be methodical and thoughtful and mindful, because I feel like you might have this hurry scurry energy that could crop up around you, people needing this right away and having to be here right away and there right away. And I feel like I want you to set your own timeline in terms of how you respond, how quickly you respond. It's going to really require you to put in structures with people and your appointment schedule. Don't overbook it. Give yourself lots of time. Follow up with any sort of communications that could be coming at you or ones you sent out and didn't hear back from. You could find that there's a bit of this going on the next 6 weeks, even starting, I'm going to say the next couple of days. You might find that suddenly it's a hurry up and wait and things get confused. And so I feel like your power is in slowing it down and making the list for the day. Don't overbook schedule, follow up with phone calls. So that might prevent a bit of confusion that could crop up the next little bit. Your birthday, just astrologically, is kind of a special one. And if I may, 528 together, if I add that all together, is 15. And 1 + 5 is 6. 6 is the whole point of where I was kind of going. 6 is your karma number. And in tarot cards, 6 is the Lovers. And so you're heading into a cycle with your birthday. With that cycle, you have the sun entering Gemini. You'll have a new moon. You'll have Jupiter, and you're going to have Uranus, the planet Uranus, and coming in around 0 degrees, and as it enters in around your birthday and going forward to the end of 2025, that Uranus is a bit of an unexpected element. And over the next 7 years, it's going to reconstruct the areas of communications, but very much around identity and trajectory. And so you have the power of the planets this next 18 months, very much so starting with your birthday, around really setting a new trajectory for yourself. Anything around communications, technology, logistics, vehicles, mobility, moves, but they would be relocations. They wouldn't, so there's bigger changes for you, and you are the coordinator of them. They may not be your move, but you could be the coordinator of it. You could wind up, and particularly because the six is like having to pull opposing sides together to create harmony. And you're going to be in a position where you're going to be pulling, people from here and people from there, and having to pull everybody together to get something going. And you could find that in every day, and you're going to feel busy, taxed, pulled in different directions. So it's going to be really good for you to really get hunkered down with a schedule or a routine, so that you don't feel over demanded. The other energy it's going to pull in, I do love the Lover's energy because it does pull in social settings, romantic settings, friendships, senses of joy and play, and, time to enjoy some of the fun stuff in life. It doesn't have to all feel serious. I feel like your birthday and going into August, this period in Canada, it's our summer. And so if I say your birthday to August is a time of play for you, you're going to find that there's going to be lots of social events. There's going to be events where you're being invited out. You're going to, and that could even feel a bit overwhelming at times as well. Like, oh my gosh, everyone's getting married. All these commitments I have could come up for you as well, Gemini. I do think the one place that's going to be quite beneficial, quite fortunate for you, is going to be around resolving finances, resolving your money, banking, paperwork, your day-to-day income. You could get some pleasant surprises over this year, in fact, and your birthday going forward. The Lovers really brings in money, value, cash flow, day-to-day banking. You could take care of it for others, but also for yourself, and find that you have savings, small things getting paid off. You're getting ahead in the day-to-day financial management of things, and small lump sums of money. And it could be a return It could be that you get small benefactors of cash flow, like a couple thousand here, a few hundred there, where there's something around your cash flow that seems to be a bit fun and unexpected, especially with both of these planets influencing that degree, and you going into a lover cycle, which is attracting. A lover cycle attracts. The 6 attracts in fertility, abundance, opportunities, sometimes to a point where you have to have strong boundaries so you don't get overwhelmed, overtaxed, overcommitted, or that you could feel a need of every penny that comes in, you seem to be sending it out. Like as the money comes in, you could find that, they have, this person needs it, that person needs it, this place needs it. And so this is going to really require you to guard your boundaries, be clear with where you say no and where you say yes with your time and energy, finances, because this energy that you're going to be going into is going to go, it's going to be a mix of social play, invitations, communications, and demands your presence, the care of people. You could be sorting out issues for other people in terms of their finance, their care, their health and wealth. You could be sorting it out and having to deal with the details of everything. And man, sometimes Geminis don't want to get bogged down by all the details. They want to have time to play. They want to have time to still enjoy things. So the next 3 months going into your birthday and the 3 months after your birthday are going to be really critical in terms of how you manage your time, because I do think that there's benefits in terms of organizing finance, paperwork, documents, and all those communications. And then I do feel like you're also going to wind up being taxed with having to take care of all the details of things for people. And so if I just think about the next little while coming up for you, that's what I'm seeing. And I feel like the last piece is be careful not to bump into things, unexpected bruises, tripping over yourself, unexpected, accidental kind of stuff. It's really just a reminder to slow down and be really mindful this next, even 3 weeks or so. Okay.
Okay. You cut out there for a little bit. I didn't hear you, but all of that makes sense.
You can go back. You can go back and listen to the recording. They'll be posting this shortly, and your whole reading, you can hear the whole thing here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, my friend. You take care. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. And I'm going to see everybody in 7 days. I'll be in Jamaica, so I'm going to try my best to show up to do my show. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine.
The Hummingbird Media.
Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our
websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. So glad to be here once again. This is Shelley Devine, Infinite Soul Connections. While I'm waiting for my caller, who I'm very excited about, I'm going to talk a little bit about giving love, gratitude, and honoring Mother Earth. This is a message that I channeled this morning. She gives us life. She gives us breath. She gives us joy. She sustains and provides all that we need. Treat her well. Be kind to her. Treat her like she deserves to be treated and like you deserve to be treated, and everybody deserves to be treated. Treat the animals and the earth and all plant life and your neighbor with kindness and love. And remember, all is well. Love abounds. Thank you. That was from my guides. I'm going to, there's a song called Daybreak Song by Lenidra Carroll. I'm just going to say the words. I'm not going to sing it. I might someday. I offer this breath to the rising sun, to the day that follows and the night to come. May I work with spirit, knowing all are one. And I will that thy will is the will I've done. May my pace be steady and my aim be true. Let right action guide me in the things I do. May my mind be humble and my body strong. Fill my heart with loving and fill my lungs with song. Oh, such a beautiful song. There's more to it, but I just wanted to share those words with you and have you hear them and really take them in and understand how much gratitude means and how living in gratitude for everything, for even the small things, your cup of coffee in the morning, to the big things, the roof over your head, to your loved ones. Offer gratitude. Be grateful. That's when the miracles happen. That's when the messages come, is when you live in gratitude. Okay. Do I have a caller yet? I am ready for my caller. Hello. Hi, Tiffany. Is that how you say it?
Tiffany?
Tiffany? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Hi, Tiffany. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I am ready to give you a reading if that's what you would like.
Yes, please.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Just give me a minute to settle in. Okay, the first thing I see is the sun, and I know that I was just reading that song about the daybreak and the sun, but I am actually seeing a sun, like the bright star in the sky. Okay, and I feel like it is related to a sun. Do you have a sun?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so that was their way of telling me that it's about your son. Okay. So the next thing I'm seeing is this beautiful fountain, and it's just flowing. Water is flowing down the levels of the fountain, and it's gorgeous. And that brings to mind peace and relaxation.
Okay.
So when I look at the card that I've been holding, because I hadn't looked at it yet, you see that lightning bolt coming straight down? What this means to me is you're on a path and you are going to come to a fork in the road, per se. You've got a decision. You're either already trying to decide or you're going to get there. And this lightning bolt is coming down and it's saying, time to make the decision. You can go right or you can go left. I feel that on the right, there's a city. There's a lot of buildings and a lot of people. On the left is more of a quiet landscape, more of a open space. Okay, and these could be metaphorical, meaning I'm not talking about an actual city, an actual open space. It could be the busyness of the city. Maybe this goes with your work and your job. Would that make sense? That there's a decision you're trying to make about work?
Yep.
Okay. So it's showing me this very busy city. You know, it's booming. It's really going. I'm not going to call it hectic because it doesn't feel hectic. That might be the kind of energy that you can really work well in. And then the other side is this very calm, wide open spaces that I think represents, again, your choice that you need to make. I'm also seeing a falling star and buildings higher up. Would that make sense to you?
Not really.
Okay, that's totally fine. Okay, so the decision. Okay, let me pull this other card. I have another one. Ooh, okay. So this other card is, I call it the chess card. Sorry, if I can get that in there. What I see in this card is smart moves, tactical moves, really thinking things out before you do something. Are you that kind of person?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So that's telling me about you. And I'm also seeing a very bright golden light above, and then some colors going off to one side, and the bright light is going to the other. I feel like the colors and the bright light are your energy. And the bright light is very goal-oriented. The colors are more just feeling and being present. So I feel like there's both of this in you, right? I feel like you've got that energy, that goal setting, that precise movements, but then there's a part of you that's laid back and is kind of listening and letting things flow. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Yep. I love the yaps. Okay. Do you have a particular question?
No, that answered some of my questions.
Okay, I do have one more card for you. Check the time.
Okay.
This card represents to me, I'm going to tell you about it before I show it to you because it can be a little harsh. So there's this dry, desolate land and there's these chains. And it's kind of like the road that was the road where you were walking with that lightning bolt. It's that same kind of dry, broken up dirt road. But at the end of it is this beautiful, glorious castle with a beautiful light above it. And there are birds flying towards the castle, which means freedom. These chains, you know what chains mean, something's holding you down and holding you back. But this card tells me that you're going to be able to break the chains. Sorry, I'm trying to find my camera. Break the chains and move forward. I don't know if you can see it. Let me pull it back a little. I'm sorry, you can't see it very well. There's birds flying. And the castle. And the chains in the road. Okay, so basically to just round that up, you're breaking out of this something that's holding you back, or you need to break out of something that's holding you back and go forward and be free. And what you are searching for, what you are looking for at the end of that road, you're going to get. It's that amazing, beautiful castle, if you want to call it. Maybe it's a goal. Whatever that castle represents to you, break the chains and go to it and feel the freedom of it. Okay?
Okay.
Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? We've got like a minute.
Great, thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, I feel like really good things are ahead of you. I think you haven't quite gotten there yet, but you definitely are going to get there. And being that chess game, being strategic, but also allow yourself to go with the flow. Okay? Are you there, Tiffany? Okay. Well, thank you all for listening. I love you all. Until next time, I give you this kiss and we will see you later. Mwah.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Ask Bella Maria with Bella Maria. Bella Maria. Live from AskBellaMaria.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8
888-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Ask Bella Marie on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Bella Maria, and he always wants to make me laugh every time I get introduced. Okay, so this is Ask Bella Maria. I am Bella Maria, your host. You are listening and watching. There's A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. So today I have a very quick show. So I want to do a couple things for you. We're going to go ahead and we are going to pull a card from the angel deck, and we are going to talk about how to feel those around you when they've passed on. So I had to do a repeat on a show last week because last Sunday I lost my dad. And so with that, sorry I couldn't be there yet last week, but I needed some time. And this week, actually just yesterday, there's things that are happening even when my dad had passed. And so I wanted to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people that are going through similar situations. And when you lose someone, you just don't know if that person is showing up, or is it just you being kind of, wanting to hear it or feel it or sense it, or because he came into your dream or because she came into the dream. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of things about what you're feeling maybe and signs. So for example, story, my daughter was in bed. She was spending the night over at her nonna's house. And so they were getting ready for bed, and she was watching TV, and the TV turned onto Netflix with my dad's profile, and because it switched. It was on my mom's profile and it switched to my dad's profile. And she was feeling heavy feelings, like kind of like a panic and anxiety attack. And at first she just thought that she was just having a panic and anxiety attack. And it wasn't. He was responding. He was, coming to her and letting her know that, he was there. Yesterday was a lot. I've had quite a few things where he used to smoke Talon cigarettes, or cigars, and we kept smelling them in our house, and I was like, nobody around smokes, so we're just like, why do we keep smelling these cigarette smells? And we've been smelling them outside in the backyard, in the front. There's nobody in our area that is smoking. It's very kind of desolate. So we couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then it was starting to show up inside the house. And so, I just kind of have a feeling that it's him, and I was getting, patted on the leg. Kind of like what he used to do when I was little, kind of like consoling thing, or like, hey baby, type thing, just because I was my dad. So, I think with things like this, sometimes I'm going to have some points, feeling watched. So you get like this feeling of being persistently watched. It can be uncomfortable, but then you kind of just sit and like think, and you kind of let your body just relax and maybe see or feel the energy that you're getting, right? Because not all mediums can do everything for everyone, right? And we're here to be that vessel to be able to share that message, but maybe it might not be at that time, or maybe you're by yourself and you don't want to freak out. So how do you handle it? You always just kind of ground yourself, protect yourself, put those boundaries around you. For me, I use Jesus, God, and Archangel Michael, and I ask him to protect me. And I have my little barrier, right? It's like my bubble of white light. So, those are things that you kind of do to protect yourself, right? Maybe sometimes you'll hear like strange noises that really don't make any sense because there's nothing there, or there's a temperature change, sudden drops of temperature, odd smells. Again, I was saying, we're not smoking. We don't have cigars or cigarettes or anything like that. So where did that come from? It smelled just like my dad. So moving objects, pets acting strange. Now, if your pets are starting to kind of act a little funny and they're just like, getting squeamish, it could be a spirit that they don't even know or they don't recognize. And that's probably what that is. I guess every pet is different, so if they're looking at a corner and there's nothing there, chances are something there. But you kind of just sit and think and listen and, kind of get that sense and that feeling of what is around you and what are you feeling? Are you feeling a woman presence? Are you feeling a man presence? And you just kind of, take it in and you figure it out. Some people also talk about light bulbs and the flickering of light bulbs, things of that sorts, just you kind of, you'll get a feeling. And then there's times where maybe the energy is just kind of just there because it's a stale energy and hasn't been cleaned or cleansed or anything like that. And so with that being said, if you're in your own home and it's safe and you cleaned it and cleared it and you don't have a lot of clutter or things like that, and you're feeling something, more than likely it's somebody who's coming to visit you. You can get them in dreams. They come into your dreams. There's so many different ways that your loved ones can come and visit. And so we had another situation. We were at Old Town Sacramento. Okay. And the old part of Sacramento was the old Sacramento before, they started building the city. And it's right on the river. And there is a store that we went in, and it was, you had to go down below underneath and into like underground, like a basement. And I came in and I felt like I was being greeted by this woman. And I didn't say anything, and I just acknowledged her. And in my head, I'm like, hello. And I left it at that. And then I was in the car and I asked my family, I said, did you guys feel anything? Because we're all gifted in our own ways. And so I said, did you feel anything? What did you guys feel? And so when they said, they're like, oh, I kind of felt heavy on my chest. And then my husband said, oh, I felt something, but it was very like subtle. And I was like, well, yeah, because we were looking at art. I think she, was trying to, stay back, but was trying to observe us. And so he felt it too. And my son, he says he always feels his throat kind of choke up whenever he feels a spirit is around. So everybody had a different way of responding to a spirit who was trying to interact. So I just kind of wanted to share that and wanted to, let you guys know, there's so many different ways for us to understand the other side. And, there's times and places, and sometimes we have to consider the energy. If it's cleared and you kind of know that like everything's in order and it's a clean environment, there's not a lot of clutter, there's not a lot of hoarding going on, then you could probably safely say, there's something going on here. But then there's times where people kind of just put their energy in and it kind of just sits there and it's stagnant. And that's also another way that a lot of scientists don't believe that what we're really feeling or sensing is true or accurate, but it's kind of cool. So, I wanted to ask, do we have time to do a call or, so I can pull a card, or should I just pull a card for everybody? What do you think? Because I'm just thinking, okay, we're going to pull a card. So I'm going to pull a card for everybody who is watching and listening. And I am using my Angel Tarot deck cards. I've had these tarot deck cards forever, since I started reading cards. So that would have been, I got these ones in 2012, and we had so many different memories with these cards. So I've done a lot with these cards, and I'm very, very connected to them. So I'm going to pull a card, the Wheel card. Excellent. The Wheel card. Now, the Wheel card is an Archangel Michael card, and that card is an infinite meanings, right? And so in fact, there's so much that goes in with with this card. Ooh, there we go. It is time and positive changes. And the Wheel card is really cool because you can get if you worked towards a goal, right? And you're working towards this goal and you've really made some really good positive changes. The whole thing is that this card is a symbol telling you that whatever you've been doing and whatever you've been working on will bring you the fortune that you need. So fortune is on your side. So things will move a lot faster for you. Things will move more positively, and you'll have more fortune. And it could be money, it could be love, it could be more I think I'm feeling more monetary in this case, especially for this specific Wheel card, and whoever is watching, I feel like that is a really good I feel positive about that. This card here is the Two of Fire. Now, this card here, it is, so you have two men that are coming and joining in. They're elves and fairies, I should say, fairies. Sorry. They've come into their own. It's partnerships, signing contracts, continuing to move forward, making the best out of everything that you have, build and grow. Keep doing whatever you're doing, because these goals and this positive outlook that you have will come to fruit. So it's really, really good. And please, everybody, with this card here, when it's the Six of Water that comes through, you can't always think about the past. You have to keep moving forward. Remember that your history and your childhood, things that have happened to you in your childhood, things that have happened to you in the past, please just let it go so that you can move forward, so that you can bring money and fortune and all the positive things that you need in your life. Because when you go into looking when you're looking forward, you don't want to go backward, okay? So I really want to say thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you can visit my website, askbellamaria.com. I have $20 sessions, and you can, contact me through there.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Angelic Insights and Healing with Margaret Phillips. Live from AngelsAlwaysAroundUs.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. 1111. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Angelic Insights and Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I hope you are having an awesome Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips. I am a psychic medium. I am a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, an angelic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. My website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. I have an awesome Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, and you can join that on free, and there I do daily little videos every day during the week. I do education on spirit animals, crystals, angels, different things. So come on over to Angelic Inspiration and Guidance on Facebook, submit a join request, and come join the community so we can all uplift each other. It's a great place for inspiring posts. If you have something you want to share with the group, please do. If you're having a tough day, you need somebody to pray for you, put it in there. You don't have to air your dirty laundry all over, social media. Just say, hey, I'm having a tough time. Can you guys shoot me some prayers? And people will pray for you, including myself. So again, you can find me in those places. A little bit of upcoming events while we're waiting for a caller. Every Tuesday, I am here on A1R Psychic Radio doing a live show for you. Tomorrow night, February 26th, I am so excited. I will be at the Delco X House with my friend Lena Chiro. She is our animal communicator. She is going to be doing pet readings from your photo of your pet. I will be doing psychic readings for the people. So come on out. The Axe House is also running a special for $15. You can throw axes for 30 minutes. So come on out. There's great stuff. March 2nd. I will be helping pranic healing of Bucks County at the Health and Holistic Expo in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree Center. So come on out there. You can always check out my Facebook page, Angels Always Around Us, to find out where I'm going to be. And we have Helen on the phone. How are you today, Helen?
Okay, hello. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. How can I help you today, Helen?
I have a event coming up this week, and I'd like to know how it's going to go.
I'm sorry, you have?
I'm going on a little vacation this week, and I want to know how it's going to turn out.
Well, first of all, let me wish you a happy vacation.
Oh, yeah, I need it. It's only for one day, though, but I need it.
That's okay. 1 day, 6 days, doesn't matter. Make sure you take time for yourself. That's super duper important, and make sure it's stuff you want to do. Oh, these cards are definitely vacation cards. Okay.
Oh.
So we want to take care of ourselves, and we want to make sure we're doing what we need to do. You mentioned it's only 1 day. Doesn't matter. Any time that you are doing for you is good. Now, that said, our first card that comes up is Athena, and she's coming to tell you it is safe for you to be powerful. It is safe for you to go on this vacation. You're going to have to put some boundaries in. You're going to have to be assertive with some people. You're going to have to tell some people, hey, I deserve a day off, and that's okay. Like, that's their issue. You do you. But stand in your power. It's safe. It's going to be a great vacation as long as you allow it to. Don't get caught up in the negativity of stuff. You're going to have a couple little speed bumps, but these are tiny little speed bumps. The patience card came up here, and I think that's referring to these tiny little speed bumps. Nothing major.
What card is that? What card is that? Temptation, did you say?
It seems like it's connected with the travel, so you may be delayed more than you like.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But again, it's not like they're going to delay you for 3 days. You know what I mean? It's going to be annoying. You're going to be delayed a little bit. but it's still going to be good. Just focus on the good. Focus on what I'm hearing is focus on the moment. The other thing we have is Teresa, who is one of the self-care angels, is coming and saying it is definitely time for a timeout. Again, it is definitely your vacation time, Helen. You need to go and have fun and do what you want to do. If something comes across, and like, I don't care if you said, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. At 3:00, I'll be over here. If something hits you funny, and for whatever reason, it feels off, or it feels different, or if it doesn't feel like it's where you're supposed to go, then don't go there.
Okay.
Because if you are not, you have to stand in your power, like Athena's telling us. And if you, go against your intuition, if intuition tries to give you a message that, hey, maybe right now is not the time we thought it was, and you go against it, it's going to make it difficult for you. But again, if you just go with the flow, don't let the little travel delays bother you. Allow yourself to this is my time, this is me, this is Helen's time. I'm going to go and I'm going to take care of me. And I'm going to have fun. I'm going to do things that make me feel good so that I can be recharged and come back and help you all. That's important. What I'm hearing is you have some people who think you're being too selfish by leaving. You need a break. You said when you first called in, you said you need it, you deserve it, you need a break. Remind yourself of that. People who cannot support you in needing a break need to not be in your inner circle. If they're family members, you just be like, well, this is what I'm doing. I'll see you when I get back. Don't let them rain on your parade.
What by delay? What kind of delay will there be?
It feels like it's going to be a traveling delay. It feels more... it feels a couple things. So it feels, one, I see you getting flustered. It feels like you get a last minute phone call or something. So maybe part of how you can help this, and this is what psychic readings are good for, because we tell you what we see so you can avoid things. So if you're on your way out the door and your phone rings, don't answer it that morning. resist the urge. Resist the urge, because that phone call is going to delay you and it's going to put a speed bump in your way. If you stay off the phone until after you get where you're going, you're going to be good.
Okay, I'll follow that. And if something goes off, don't do it. You said so.
Yes, absolutely. And for everybody listening, that is with travel or anything else. If something feels off, don't do it. When things feel off, that's our intuition, that's spirit telling us, hey, stop. Plans have changed. We got to switch it up here. So make sure you listen and make sure, again, no morning phone calls the day you leave.
Okay.
Because it does feel
going to be a safe... Go
ahead.
Hello? Oh, but you said it's going to be a safe trip, though, and you said that it feels like what? Yes, what does it feel like?
It doesn't. It feels safe. Okay, so there's no need for concern. Like I said, I see the delay as a speed bump, but if you don't take that phone call, you may not have any delays.
Okay, so I won't answer my phone. Okay. Thank you for telling me that.
You're welcome. And this is good. This is an empowering trip for you. This is a good trip for you, because this trip is going to help you stand in your power, because these people who are telling you you're being selfish, tell them to shut their mouths. They don't know what they're talking about. The people who are telling you you cannot go on vacation or you can't go away because people need you, they are pulling too much of your energy and they don't realize it. And they're actually being too codependent on you.
Okay.
Because everybody wants Helen to help them and save them, but nobody wants to give Helen a break, and Helen needs a break.
Oh yeah, nobody wants to help me.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like when they tell you you're being selfish by going, you're helping you. You are, again, standing in your own power, and you're telling them, I'm taking care of me.
Oh, yeah, we all need a break sometime. We got to take care of ourselves.
Absolutely. Well, I hope that was helpful for you, Helen.
You see anything else, or that's it in the cards?
Same. So I see a small child She's got blonde corkscrew hair. She looks like she's maybe 6-7 years old. And she says that she is an angel sent to you for your trip.
Oh,
and she
says,
yes, ma'am. She says she is an angel. She is sent to accompany you on your trip. And she says her name is Shelly. And she is going with you on your trip to make sure you have fun. So she says, please tell her to listen to me, even though I'm a kid. So if you think you hear a child's voice, a child's laughter, the laughter, she says, is going to be a good sign that you're on the right path. If you hear a voice or you hear, she says, I'm not going to full out cry, but I might weep a little bit to try to help you hear me. So again, if you hear a child laughing, you're doing good. If you hear a child sounds like it might be sad or tears, or if you just feel sadness, because angels can help us feel things when they are trying to warn us. So if you feel, and Shelly tells me she's actually from your family. She says she's from the 1700s in your ancestral line.
Oh, that's a long time ago. Okay.
Yes, and she ascended into angelhood from there. Not all spirits turn into, not all of them ascend into angels. But she is very excited, and I am very excited for you, because you get to know that we've all got angels around us, but you've got a special angel just for your trip. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. So remember, it's going to be a great trip. You've got extra angels with you. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you have an awesome trip and a great day.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go. I wasn't going to go at first, but you say everything's going to be okay, so I'm going to go. Thank you.
You need it. Go.
Okay, thank you. God bless you.
You're welcome. You have a great day, Helen. And again, I'm Margaret Phillips. You can find me at angelsalwaysaroundus.com. You can also find me at Angels Always Around Us on Facebook. And tomorrow you can find me at the Delco Axe House from 6 to 8 o'clock doing in-person readings. So have a great day, guys, and I will see you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm Lady D, your host for this segment. I hope you've all had an amazing week ahead. So today we have the new moon that is happening in Pisces on the today, 28th of February at 11:45 a.m. to happen this morning it's my time. So with this new moon that we've got coming in, it is going to be, we are dealing with Pisces energy, so it is going to, I feel like there's two energies that are mixing together that we've got dealing with today. I feel like with the tries that we have to Mars, so we do have the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, all to Mars, which is giving us that strength and giving us that a bit of hopeful vibe that things are going to be okay. But then we've got a square with the Moon and the Sun to Jupiter, which I feel like is causing an underlying anxiety. I've been feeling like whenever I've been doing my readings for today, for my YouTube and for my TikTok, I kept on seeing in my tarot, Marvel Tarot, kept on seeing the card that represents Iron Man, and it was just bringing me to the third movie where he has panic attacks. So I do feel like today might be bringing up panic attacks, like nervousness, anxiety, escapism, because we're dealing with Piscean energy. There even could be a little bit of victim mode happening as well. But then on the positive side, it's that part of us does feel like things are okay and that brighter outlook. So I feel like it's like where there's two feelings that are coming up here that people are dealing with today with this new moon. And it's just the beginning for what's going to be a month to remember when we're dealing with March. Because we do have a lot happening in March in the sign of Pisces and also Aries. So we've also got coming up on the 3rd, that's going to be a very big day this week. We have Mercury, which starts off in the morning at 3:21 in the morning, conjuncting Neptune, and that's going to be in Pisces. So with that, it's going to be either a dissolving communication, or it could be a sense of manipulation also happening. It also could be a sense of going within, like being our thoughts more internal, and our thoughts might be a little bit unrealistic as well that day. But by the afternoon at 8:04 p.m., Mercury's moved into Aries. So it's completely different vibe. So that day in the morning to how you're going to feel at night will be a completely different. When we're dealing with Mercury in Aries, so if you are someone who's born with that, you've got very strong thoughts. You might be a little bit of an argumentative person, very strong beliefs. And you might be thinking that you are a leader, that you're here to rule, you're here to really move forward, to do things. I feel like you're not into complicated things. You just want things to just happen now, a little bit impatient. And a little bit, I find with Aries, they can be a little bit forgetful because it's like they're always on to the next thing. So you might be like thinking of, what to do next and not sort of finishing what you start. So there's these two energies in the same day that is going to start on the 3rd. We've also got on the 3rd, we have the Sun square Jupiter. So it might feel like things aren't going your way that day. It's a day of all sorts of these energies all mixing together and compiling with one another. Plus, we've got on the 2nd, so we've got Sunday, which is my Sunday. We've got Venus retrograde that's happening in Aries as well. So with Venus ruling money and also relationships, and it's in Aries, I feel like this could affect leaders. I feel like it will affect money. And being in the sign of Aries, it may affect things that are like luxury items. I feel like this is also going to affect certain relationships as well. With all the energy that's going to be coming into Aries this month, it could definitely bring on some sort of like fighting energy or could be war energy. Globally, we're looking at more leaderships as well because Aries rules leaders. It's going to be an interesting month to remember. And I feel like I always believe in destiny, and whatever we are faced, we definitely can get through it, because that's whatever, you can always get through whatever's faced. Even though it seems like sometimes it's hard, there is everything we can do. We can always get through it, because when you look back at your past and you look back what you've been through, like you've been through some troubled times, or stuff that's been coming up, but you've always been able to get through it. So it's good to remember whatever happens that you can always get through it, because this month is going to be unpredictable. A sense of like a reality check. I feel like there's like some like unlocked mysteries here from the past. And there could be a lot of uncertainty coming up, but I also feel like that we're going to get through it as well, because we have to. We all can. Let's go to the caller. So we got here Chloe. She's in Texas. So hi, Chloe. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. So how can I help you today?
I don't know. I was just kind of wondering, like, where I'm going in this life. I've been pretty stagnant, and my relationships have been kind of poor lately.
Okay. So with you, Chloe, when I tune into your energy, I just feel like I get communication with you. It's like you're not saying how you feel, or you're not talking about how you feel with a certain situation that's happening around you. I feel like there's a sense of like belonging as well, like a thing of belonging. I feel like you kind of need to I feel like you need to say what you feel. I don't know who this is to. I don't know what it's about, but I feel like it's something about the home. I feel like you're just letting things run or let things be, but I don't know. I keep on getting with you, it's communication with you as well. I will say to you as well is that slow and steady wins the race. I also feel like with you in change, I feel like when we get to another year, like the next February, things are, you're in a different headspace and you have grown a lot. There is changes to come, but I also feel like some of the changes that you want to bring in, like I feel like there's things that you need to do that you're not doing. I feel like that you're waiting for these things to come into your life, but you're not. I feel like you need to be, there needs to be like proactive here, or things need to be like you're waiting for something to come to you, but you need to. It's like you need to do some work yourself to make them come in. I feel like I don't know if it's your job. I feel like it's your job. But it's like you're trying to catch your tail. So it's like you're going around in circles a little bit here. You're trying to like catch your tail. And there's a sense of bored. Does this make sense?
Yeah, a little bit, for sure.
Okay. Because I feel like that. I was thinking about you running out of time to do something. Like, I don't know if you feel like your age, but it's running out of time. I also feel there's a sense of being more active. I get you've got a dog as well. You've got a pet dog. Because I see a dog around you.
Yeah, I have a dog.
Yeah, I see a dog around you, and it's like you're needing to go out with the dog and have fun and run with the dog. So I see that as well with you. I feel like there's something here about your work. That I do get a sense of higher duties or climbing the ladder, but there's like groundwork that you have to do. I feel like you're sitting back, and again, it's like waiting for something to happen, but I feel like there's something here you need to do, like whether it be more study or you've got to make yourself be more seen. Like I feel like you're being a little bit overlooked, but I don't know if it's like an effort thing. I just feel like there's the pathway is there. It is available to you, but I feel like you need to be seen more to be able to get the opportunity. I feel like there could be something coming up for you in late March this year, but I just feel like there's something that needs to happen before you can progress. What do you do for work?
I'm a paralegal. We're a criminal defense attorney.
Okay. Cool. So paralegal, okay. Are you looking at being, I'm not sure how it all works, but are you wanting to be going up higher in the system, like either judge level or something higher?
Not necessarily in that field, I guess. I think where I'm kind of just, I've been stagnant. I mean, I need to go back to school. I don't have a degree, and I my boss keeps pushing me to do so, and to help me for my benefit, obviously. But I just
I think that's where I'm getting
trouble getting started.
I think that's what I'm seeing. Where I was saying you need there's pathways there, because I see like someone with the wig on in the black robe. So that's why I said about being a judge, and I could see the pathway there, but it was like I knew you needed to do something. So it could be the study that's needed to be involved. Like I feel like you can, once you're motivated, once you've got everything full steam ahead, you are quite articulate. You can be quite very bright. But I feel like there's a sense of sucking off here. But I feel like though in the right environment, you could really thrive. I also feel like you're very good at helping people who are underprivileged or who need the help, who maybe don't have a lot of money. It's like they call it probate. I think it's a probate. I think they call it, or pro bono. I think it's called pro bono. I feel like that is good. You need to study. This is going to keep coming up for you, because unless you study, it's going to be the same old. I feel like this is the things where I was talking about the changes that you want. There's things that you need to put in, because otherwise I feel like you're just going to keep being overlooked here. But I do get changes to be made next year, but I feel like you've got to put the work in to get the outcome that you want. And I don't see it's going to be handed to you. You're going to have to work for it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for calling in today. I hope I've helped you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. It's all right. So everybody, if you want to contact me for a reading, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties, and my Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. My TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. And don't forget, if you're looking to come on a holiday or a cruise and learn psychic development with me and 3 other ladies, it's the perfect location. We're going to be on water. It is a cruise, seven nights, and that is where water is a conduit for psychic development, mediumship. So it's the perfect location. You will get something out of it. That website or Facebook page is psychicsatsea.com.au. The Facebook page is Psychics at Sea. So go and check that out if you want to be part of that wonderful experience in November. So thank you for your time today, and I will see you next week, same time, same place. I hope you all have an amazing week. Slow and steady wins the race, and remember, whatever challenges comes in our way, we can definitely face it because we have in the past, and there's no reason why we can't do it what's coming up in our future, and the good things as well. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I am your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents, helping teachers, helping guardians learn how to combine the magic of the stars with the art of consciously raising children. Please visit my website at brandycahn.com to learn more about me, or to book a natal chart session or a natal chart session for your child. I can help you understand exactly how they are wired and how you can custom design your own approach to parenting. So here in Houston today, just a heads up, we are having heavy gusts of wind, and I've lost electricity 5 times in the last 20 minutes, but we are going to cross our fingers and hope that we get through this, because I have some fun, exciting stuff today to share with you. So I'm going to be sharing some astrological insights about President Volodymyr Zelensky from Ukraine. And then I also have information about the transits that we have for this week. And then we will have time for a caller. So if you'd like to have a tarot reading, please call in. I'd love to hear from you. All right, so let's get started. A lot of fun information to share with you. So on Friday, last Friday, February 28th, Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, visited the White House to meet with President Trump. And as most of you have probably seen from video footage, the meeting did not go well, and it devolved into a shouting match. And afterward, President Trump asked President Zelensky to leave the White House, and there was no deal or agreement that was reached between the two parties. So as an American, I have seen on social media that some of my fellow Americans are pleased with the actions of our president because they feel like he was acting in the best interests of our country. However, the vast majority of people that I have seen on social media who voiced their opinions are disappointed with the way that President Zelensky was treated by President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. And yesterday, President Trump did order a pause on all military aid coming from the U.S. going to Ukraine, which leaves the future of Ukraine in a state of uncertainty right now. So I really wanted to know more about President Zelensky, and I've been looking at his natal chart, and there are some interesting things there that I think that you would all enjoy learning about him. I'm really interested in his childhood and in the people who shaped him and how that led him to become the person that he is today. So just to tell you a little bit about him, Volodymyr Zelensky was born on January 25th, 1978, which makes him 47 years old right now. His sun is in the sign of Aquarius. He was elected president of Ukraine in 2019 when he won the election with 73% of the vote. He was born into a Ukrainian Jewish family, and his father was a professor of technical sciences, and his mother cared for him full-time as a boy. Now, his father had really high expectations when it came to education and when it came to hard work. And in school, Zelensky was a pretty good student. He was a good student. He was a class leader. And in school, he also participated in weightlifting, basketball, and even at one point in time, ballroom dancing. He even mastered playing the piano and the guitar. So he's, quite talented. Zelensky also loved to perform on stage, but he thought that his future after high school was really going to be in the field of diplomacy. So therefore, after finishing high school, he decided to study law. Okay, he earned his law degree, but he realized that he was in the wrong field. When he walked into a courtroom, he knew that that was not where he belonged. So even though his father wanted him to practice law because it was a good, solid career, Zelensky decided to pursue a career in comedy and entertainment instead of practicing law. He created his own production company, and he played a fictional Ukrainian president on one of the network's TV series before he was actually elected president of Ukraine. It's so interesting. So now let's take a look at some of the aspects of his chart. So let's talk about Zelensky's big three, which are his sun, moon, and rising. So Zelensky is a Gemini rising. His sun is in the sign of Aquarius, like I mentioned earlier, and his moon is in the sign of Leo. So let me take a moment to explain to you how the sun, moon, and rising sign are all different from each other. So when we're talking about the rising sign, we're talking about the sign that was on the ascendant at the time that you were born. And the rising sign signifies how we come across to other people, how other people see us, how we interact with others in the world, how we handle transactions. That's our rising sign. The sun in astrology symbolizes our identity, our ego, our self-concept, our self-confidence. And the moon is all about our feelings, our emotions, our level of sensitivity, and intuition. So with Zelensky being a Gemini rising, this really gives him the ability to be quite light and funny and inquisitive. And as I was watching videos of him before he actually became president of Ukraine, back when he was, acting in his TV series, he seemed like a completely different person. It seemed as if the light, funny side, that was what was most apparent in his disposition. But since the ruler of his ascendant, the ruler of Gemini is Mercury, we have to take a look at where his Mercury is located and in what sign in his chart. He's got Mercury in the 8th house in the sign of Capricorn. Now, Mercury in Capricorn can also come across and communicate in a very serious manner and in a very authoritative manner. So it's not all light-hearted feelings and jokes all of the time. There's also this really deep, serious side to Zelensky as well, and the way that he comes across. With his sun in the sign of Aquarius, this makes him someone who really marches to the beat of his own drum. Now, if you've got your sun in Aquarius, I wonder if you'll understand this. Rebellion is really an important part of having major placements in Aquarius or having an Aquarius sun. And I've heard from parents who have children who have their sun in the sign of Aquarius. And a lot of times these are the children who push back, who want to do things a different way, who kind of want to go their own path and not do so much what's dictated for them to do. And sun in Aquarius people really emphasize the ideas of freedom and equality in an ideal society. They also tend to be quite intelligent, even brilliant, with some level of eccentricity. They just seem to be different than a lot of people, and they don't mind staying in their own individual energy and not conforming to the group. Now, with the moon in Leo, the moon is all about our emotions, our feelings. So when we place the moon in the fire sign of Leo, Zelensky can be quite passionate and quite lively when he's speaking about how he feels. Leo is the sign of center stage, and this is really a nod to Zelensky's time as a performer when he was actually on stage, where he was actually in front of the camera. But Leo is also the sign of leaders. And being in a leadership position is probably emotionally fulfilling to him on some level. Pride is also very important for people with strong Leo placements, especially the moon in Leo. People with their moon in Leo, even sun in Leo, they do not like to be embarrassed, and they do not like to feel humiliated. They do not like to feel as if someone is talking down to them. You're not going to get a lot of positive energy from them if you're making them feel as if they are a subordinate to you. And it's really interesting with Zelensky, not only is his moon in the sign of Leo, he also has Mars, the planet of action in Leo, and Saturn as well. So, you know, these three planets, Moon, Mars, and Saturn, all in the sign of Leo, that's the strong mark of leadership in his chart. Now, I want to go back and talk about Mercury in Capricorn, because this is the ruler of his entire natal chart. Mercury is the planet of communication. And when we put Mercury in the sign of Capricorn, not only is Zelensky, or not only does he have the potential to be really good when it comes to logical thinking and creating systems, but since his Mercury is in the 8th house, which is it's a water house, the house of mystery, he also probably has a very high level of sensitivity, probably has very strong intuition. And he probably knows right away when someone is not being honest with him or when they are trying to manipulate him. And that comes with the territory of the 8th house. And I wish I could hear from you guys. And those of you who have personal planets, Sun, Moon, Venus, Mars, Mercury in the 8th, has that been your experience? What I've always heard is it's like they have an inner lie detector. They know right away when someone's not being honest with them. So those are just some of the highlights from Zelensky's chart. And, you know, it gives you a level of understanding of why he is the way that he is, why he may react the way that he reacts. And it just adds a whole nother dimension to the situation that we could see on Friday. I feel that when you understand how someone is wired, when you understand their psychology, instead of looking at them from a place of judgment, we can look more from a place of compassion and understanding. So let's go to our transits for this week. We have some important changes with Mercury this week, and it may have an impact on the way that you communicate with others and the way that you process information. And there will be one day this week that would be absolutely perfect for taking the initiative and starting something new or doing some type of physical activity. So as we're moving into our discussion about the transits, I just want to mention many people want to know, why is it beneficial to know about the transits? Like, what good is that going to do me? And I'll share my perspective with you. Each of us has the power to create our own reality. We all have been gifted with the amazing power to manifest. But so many people are not consciously creating their reality. And because of that, they get caught up in the intentions of other people, in the energy of other people, because they're not directing their own energy. And, you know, none of us, we are not here to drift aimlessly through life and to be at the mercy of other people. We are here, each one of us, to lead magical lives. And this begins with using the planetary energy that is given to you each week in intentional and conscious ways. And because I love sports, I'm going to use a sports analogy here to really help you understand this. Imagine that I'm your coach and I'm giving you a playbook. And in this playbook, there's a list of plays for our upcoming game. And it's up to you to figure out how you want to run the plays. How are you going to execute these plays? Also in the playbook, there are strategies that will help you to execute the plays successfully. But ignoring the strategies makes it more difficult to have a winning play. So in the same way, the list of plays in your playbook, these are your transits for the week. And the strategies that I give also help you to live the highest expression of each transit. And if you're not using the energy intentionally, there's a higher probability that you will be using the energy in its lowest form or lowest expression. So really use this information not only for your benefit, but for the benefit of your children as well. Be the parent who is creating consciously and not living in a heightened state of reaction. So yesterday on Monday, March 3rd, something significant happened. We had Mercury, the planet of communication, leave the water sign of Pisces and enter the fire sign of Aries. So Mercury is the planet of communication and the intellect. And in the fire sign of Aries, Mercury is passionate and Mercury is direct. And Mercury can be very upfront and outspoken about what it feels, because Mercury wants its voice to be heard. And for this reason, Mercury can be quite impulsive. But when I intuitively feel into the energy of Mercury and Aries, I'm clairaudient, and that's how I receive some of my intuitive information. I literally heard the phrase, all systems go. All systems go. So that's like the motto for Mercury and Aries. So Mercury is ready to proceed full force in one direction and to make decisions very quickly. And Mercury and Aries can be inspirational and motivational, but it can also be quite reckless and impulsive with the way that energy is expressed, the way the energy is spoken. So keep this in mind for your children. For the next 4 weeks while Mercury is in the sign of Aries, if they express the shadow side of Aries, it's our responsibility to gently guide them back to a state of balance. On Wednesday, March 5th, tomorrow, Mercury will be at 3 degrees of Aries, sextile Pluto at 3 degrees of Aquarius. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication and processing, and in Aries, Mercury is driven toward action. Let's look at Pluto. Pluto is the planet of power, of transformation, of purification. So these two together, this aspect can give you the desire to know everything that's hidden beneath the surface. So don't be surprised tomorrow if your child all of a sudden wants to know about the family history that nobody talks about, okay? This transit kind of gives that drive to know what's hidden, what's in the closet, what's behind the curtain. It can also lead to deep thinking and conversations that can transform, and breakthroughs with limiting patterns in thinking are also possible. This is an absolutely fabulous aspect for problem solving, finding solutions, and research, because it gives a boost to our mental processes. But it can also make us feel a little bit inflexible about what we know and not really trying to see the perspective or the viewpoint of the other person that we may be interacting with. But this is great energy for speaking aloud our boundaries. And on this day tomorrow, you may feel drawn to reading or learning about psychology or astrology or even anything dealing with healing. So keep that in mind. And on Saturday, March 8th, our last transit for this week, we'll have the sun at 17 degrees of Pisces, trining Mars 17 degrees of Cancer. Now in astrology, the sun represents our life force, our vitality, our identity and willpower. And in the sensitive and gentle water sign of Pisces, the sun is revitalized and energized through acts of compassion, through transcendence, through creativity. And Mars is the planet of action and energy. And Mars in the water sign of Cancer is motivated to nurture and protect family and homeland. But keep in mind, Mars is still out of bounds until April 7th, which means that Mars has a declination greater than 23 degrees and 27 minutes north or south, and that increases the energy of Mars. So again, using a sports analogy, think of a basketball court with players from opposing teams on the court, okay? And we've got spectators or fans in the stands. And everyone outside of the court is out of bounds, okay? They don't have to follow the rules and regulations of the players who are in bounds or who are playing in the game. So, the spectators, the fans, they can eat popcorn, they can eat cotton candy, they can yell at the opposing team, right? And in the same way, Mars out of bounds is emboldened to act more assertively, energetically, and aggressively right now. But this supportive aspect between the sun and Mars should be very motivating, should give you a burst of energy. It should inspire you to take the initiative with something, to begin a new project, okay? This duo will really set the stage for action behind compassion. Action behind compassion, doing something compassionate, doing something kind for someone else. Taking action or participating in physical activity is recommended on Saturday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I mentioned the burst of energy, vitality, and you want to make sure that you're channeling that energy in a constructive way. All right. So please remember this for your children as well. They are very sensitive. They are probably going to feel and experience this energy. So get them outside, get them moving, let them burn this energy off constructively, because we don't want sibling arguments and disagreements on Saturday, okay? All right, so that's the transits for this week. Now we have our caller, Rosie, calling from Ireland. Hi, Rosie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've got a few minutes. Let's do it real quick. Would you mind a tarot spread? Is that okay? A general tarot spread?
Brilliant.
Okay, great. Okay. I'm going to do one more shuffle here. And Rosie, I want you to tell me when to stop.
Okay.
Okay, stop there. Let's see what Rosie's got going on. Okay. Okay. So Rosie, the card that I'm seeing, like that's showing maybe something that's going on in your life, has there been a situation where you're wondering if someone has been dishonest, if someone is doing something and trying to hide it? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what pops up for me right now, like as I guess what the energy is really wanting to point to. This person, someone else, probably not being the most honest with either what they're saying to you or with their actions, okay? Now, what I'm seeing is in the situation with this person, though, there's been a lot of hard work. Like I feel like that this is either a relationship or a friendship that has spanned over a period of time. Does that make sense? Yeah. And there's been a lot of hard work, and I feel like that you've really been trying to be the best version of you, and you've been trying to see the best, and you've been trying to manifest the best, okay? But what I'm feeling over the next 2 weeks, there will be a decision you have to make. There's something that comes to light. There's something that you become aware of that's staring you right in the face that you really are not going to be able to ignore, and there's a decision to make, okay? Okay? At that point in time, I really want you to listen to your intuition. Listen to what you are feeling. Listen to your body. Listen to your gut, okay? And don't allow your mind to talk you out of how you're feeling or what your intuition is telling you, okay?
Okay.
Now, now over the next 4 weeks, after there's that decision, there's the potential that you could decide this is not working in the way that I would like for it to work anymore, and I'm tired of expending my energy in this way, okay? There's the potential that you could make that decision if things don't shift before then. But I know that I do have the card I have, the 8 of Cups, which signifies walking away from something that's really not serving my highest good anymore. Does this make sense so far?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I am seeing, another external factor that's playing into this situation, we do have the 5 of Wands, which is conflict. Okay. So there's conflict. It doesn't even feel like maybe it's just with one person. It feels like it could be with more than one person. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of conflict as well that's influencing this situation. But what I absolutely love, your personal power card shows me that right now, what you've got in your favor or what's working in your favor, I do feel that there have been different friends, different people who have stepped forward to support you or to be supportive or to listen during this time. Do you understand that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your personal power card right there. It shows me that right now, that's the one aspect that may really help you to work through this situation and get through this situation. What I love the outcome. The outcome, we've got the 4 of Wands, and the 4 of Wands is a card of celebration, and this almost feels like, oh, I was able to overcome. So, the situation was difficult for me, but look, I was able to overcome. And I'm on the other side of this, and I can see the meaning, and I can see why things happened the way that they did. And from this vantage point of where I can see, I have appreciation for what happened. That makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, and it's hard to appreciate a situation or circumstances when you're going through something difficult. But it looks as if this is actually going to work in your favor, because the answer card that we have is the Judgment card. And whenever I see the Judgment card, I know that there's the feeling of someone being called or being made accountable for their actions. Okay. So whatever's being done in the dark that you will become aware of with this other party that we've been talking about, I don't feel as if it goes unaddressed. I do feel that there will be consequences for actions. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, but it looks like things work out for you in the long run. Okay, Rosie?
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And thank you, everyone, for joining me today. It's been a fabulous show. And I just want to remind you, like I do at the end of every show, the stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. So keep shining your light bright. Keep radiating light all throughout this week, and I will see you here again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world with all different things that are happening and weather events happening everywhere. And look, our heart goes out to the Carolinas with their, they're facing bushfires at the moment. Look, I'm sure there's plenty of other places around the world that are experiencing weather events. I was going to say weddings. I'm sure there's plenty of weddings going on too. But here in Australia, where I live on the Gold Coast, we're battening down the hatches. We're expecting Cyclone Alfred to hit us in the next 36 hours. So it's been an interesting lead up to the show this week because, I'm constantly glued to the television and waiting to see what the latest forecast is. And, last week they were saying this cyclone was going to go out to sea. And here we are this week where we're getting ready for major flooding and impact of a very serious storm here on the Gold Coast, which we haven't had for over 50 years. And that sort of leads me to things that sort of say, people say there's no such thing as global warming. Well, look, I disagree with that. Things are changing. Things are changing very rapidly. And, we're getting more and more weather events around the world. We've got to start to take notice of it. We've got to start to sort of look at becoming more green. And I'm pleased to say that our network is totally 100% green. And, it's really important. We've all got to do our little bit for the planet. Anyway, that's enough of my soapbox today. Let's get on with the tarot card of the week. And it's the Simply Tarot card of the week, which is the Three of Cups. Now, look, this is a really positive card. It's a card of celebrations and bright happenings. So let's hope that we're going to be celebrating the end to a lot of the traumas and things like that that are going on around the world. I'm being very selfish here when I say that I want this for everyone, not just for me and not just for the immediate people that watch the show, but for everybody. Everybody could do with a little bit of a celebration at the moment, can't they? Wouldn't it be nice to see the end of the war in Ukraine and things like that, and, people get back to living their lives and not having any pressure and stress and worrying about where their next meal's coming from, and just ending poverty in the world and sort of things like that would be really nice. That would be a great celebration. But for all of us mere mortals on a personal front, it could very well be the turning point. There could be something that you might be able to celebrate in this coming week. And it doesn't have to be a major thing. It can be a small thing. It can be, managing to sort of go for a longer walk than what you've ever been able to do. That's a real celebration. Celebrations don't always have to mean birthdays and anniversaries and things that we're splashing out on and spending a lot of money. It can be a celebration of something that's happening in your life that is a major celebration to you because you've been able to achieve something that you haven't been able to achieve before. And that's the way I like to look at this card. Look at it, small celebrations are big celebrations for us all. So it's an interesting week astrologically. There's been a little bit of a shift with not so much emphasis in Pisces this week. It's still there, but not as intense as it was last week. So we've still got the sun in Pisces. So happy birthday to all the Pisceans. And look, I have many Piscean friends and family and clients and people that sort of message me and say, I'm a darling little Pisces. Look, I think they really do get bad press. They are one of my favourite signs out of the 12 signs because they are so knowledgeable, and people call them the dustbin of the zodiac. I don't look at it that way. I look at it that they have the ability to encompass the power of all the previous 11 signs. They can cherry pick the things that they like and don't like and bring it back and make it their own. And that's why I think it makes them so unique and so special. And I'm really seeing quite a divide with Pisceans at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of, Pisceans that have really done a lot of hard work on themselves in the last 2 or 3 years while Neptune's been in their own ruling planet's been in their sign, and they've really, really worked consciously and worked hard on improving their life, making themselves a better person, making better decisions, being even more generous to their family and friends than what they've been in the past. But I think the most important thing I've noticed with a lot of Pisceans is they're finally able to look at somebody and say, right, I either like you or I don't trust you, I do trust you. We might have been friends for 50 years, but all of a sudden I'm seeing who you truly are. And I'm not necessarily saying I'm going to end the friendship, but I'm not going to give to you like I've done all my life for nothing in return. So they're really starting to stand in their own power. There's other Pisceans, of course, that aren't anywhere near as evolved as that yet, and that's okay because they're as evolved as they need to be. Each person is individual, each journey is individual, and we all evolve and develop at the rate that's personally right for us. So don't try and sit there and compare yourself with someone else and say, oh, I wish I was as good as that person or whatever. You're where you're meant to be. No matter what your star sign is, you're precisely where you're meant to be at this given point in time in your life. So celebrate that and enjoy that and sort of say, well, look, I've worked hard to get here and achieve what I've done. And not all of us are going to be the president or the king or the queen or somebody that's going to be in the spotlight. Some of us are one of those people that sort of quietly work behind the scenes, that do a good deed every day and try and live an honest life and, never really get any accolades for that. But those people are more important to me than the ones that are in the spotlight blowing their own trumpet about how great they are. It's the little people. It's the people that we don't give the recognition to. When I say little people, they don't see themselves as being in any way significant, and yet they're the glue, they're the fabric that holds society together, and they're more important than the people in the spotlight. So Pisces, happy birthday to all the Pisceans. We still have a bit of emphasis there. We've still got Saturn sitting in your sign for a little bit longer now, which is giving you the strength. It's giving you the ability to make some more informed choices and decisions. And it's giving you a structure that people are starting to sort of hone in on and saying, wow, I didn't realize that person was so strong. And this is good. Neptune's going to be in your sign for a little bit longer now. Neptune is your own ruling planet, has been there for some time now. So this is really sort of shaking things up and sort of bringing a lot of creativity and bringing you wisdom that you're now imparting and sharing with others, and not in a dictatorial fashion. It's like, well, here's my take on it. You take it or leave it. It's up to you. You've got to work out what's right for you. So with all the Pisces energy that I've been talking about, that will also be affecting predominantly the other water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. But all of that energy will be flowing over in a much more gentle way to the remaining 8 signs. So it's not necessarily because there's so much emphasis in Pisces, are the rest of us missing out? No, it's just a more gentle washing over of us of the energy and how we need to develop things in our lives. So the big news this week is Venus has gone retrograde. Now, Venus doesn't go retrograde very often. It will be retrograde in Aries. It's just popped into Aries for the next 6 weeks. Now, what does this mean in layman's terms? Okay, so Venus is the planet of love and affection, the things that we love to do, the things that bring us pleasure, the things that make us smile. And it doesn't always mean that there's going to be a new romance, but it does mean if you are looking for love, then you've got to look for it in an Aries type of way. Now, the Aries energy is about me first. Have I told you about me first? And wanting to get everybody motivated. And sometimes Aries get a bad rap too, because they are seemingly so self-absorbed about me first, and did I tell you about me first? But they do this in such a way that they want you to get your angry hat on, that you get so annoyed with them, hearing about them and what they're achieving, that you'll get up off the couch and you'll do something for yourself. So indirectly they get bad press for that. Yes, they can be a little bit self-absorbed, but it's a lot of times it's they're trying to show you that they're leading the way forward, and they're showing you that if I can get you angry enough to get your angry hat out, that you'll get up off the couch and you'll do something significant and you'll do something in your life that you wouldn't have done because you weren't motivated to do so. So if you're looking for love, and it doesn't matter what your star sign is, but predominantly more the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Leo, I want you to go and look for love in unusual places where you think that obviously there's enough of the type of person that you're looking for. If you're looking for a man, you go to places where men are going. If you're looking for a lady, you go to the places where ladies go. But you also need to be aware that you might meet somebody that's got a bit of an attitude too, that they might be a little bit on the me first brigade, and you sort of think, oh, I don't want to get involved with somebody like that. They're too self-absorbed. Well, just try and peel back that layer or two and see what's underneath. Don't just rule it out because of that. So Aries retrograde is Venus in Aries retrograde is also going to bring about that sometimes that people might be a bit cranky, a little bit abrupt, in the way that they approach things. So be aware of that. You know, they might be deep in thought or something like that, and they snap your head off when they give you an answer instead of being kind and nice and gentle. So just be aware of that as well. It's an interesting transit. With it going retrograde or backwards just means that we have to be more aware of the intense energy that will surround that. So, you know, if you're looking at beautifying your home in an Aries sort of way, then you've got to put yourself in the frame first of how would this affect me? What would I like? And then I can look at whether you might like it as well, you know. So it's a very selfish sort of me-orientated time for the next 6 weeks. We have the moon, the emotional planet, which moves very quickly. It only takes a couple of days to move from one energy to another, is actually conjunct or holding hands with Uranus, the planet of the unusual and unexpected at the moment in Taurus. Now, the moon here is sort of saying to us, okay, it's really important that we honour our emotions, and our emotions might be seemingly a bit scattered or a little bit erratic. They could be 1 minute on a high and the next minute on a low. So this is the way things are when you've got the conjunction or the holding hands with Uranus. It's very unpredictable. We're not sure of how it's going to react. You know, 1 minute you're happy, the next minute you could be in a screaming match with someone and you wonder how you got there. But the major overall thing is that we're trying to bring about some sort of stability. So, you know, even though everything is feeling very erratic, we're still looking to sort of stabilise this in some way or get some answers out of this, that even if there is an emotional outburst and you end up in a bit of an argument, hopefully it'll clear the air and we get a direction moving forward. And that's the really important part for this, with what's happening here with the moon conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So that will be affecting the earth signs, which is Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn, and the opposite sign of Scorpio. So be aware of that. It will wash over to the rest of us, but not quite as intense as it is for those earth sign people and the Scorpio. So just be very aware of that. Finally, we're going to wrap it up. We've got another two we're going to talk about before we wrap up the astrology. Is Jupiter is still sitting in Gemini, and it is conjunct the part of fortune. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity and luck. Now, what this means is it's affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius. Now, the part of fortune doesn't mean you're going to go out and meet the leprechaun and get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That would be nice. But it's just showing you the way forward. It's showing you that there is opportunities out there if you really look for them. If you really put your best foot forward and you do a really good job at work, people are starting to take notice. There may not be a promotion there this minute or a pay rise this minute. For some there will be, but it could just be that people are really starting to finally see what you bring to the table, what you bring to the company. And they're starting to sort of say, well, okay, this is a person to watch. This is a rising star. This is somebody that we need to sort of get behind and push and see where we can take this person, because they may be the next company leader. They might be somebody there that can really motivate a lot of the different staff. So there's lots of nice things sort of happening here with this Jupiter expansion. It's not just about work. It's expanding your mind. It's expanding lots of things in your life. But predominantly, I felt it was more work, money orientated. So finally, we're going to wrap it up with Mars in Cancer. Now, Mars is the planet of action and drive and can be a little bit bossy and a bit pig-headed sometimes as well. And Mars does not sit comfortably in Cancer. And that's why I'm mentioning it, because Mars is sort of full of action and let's go at 100 mile an hour. And the Cancerian energy is let's slow down, let's take our time, let's look at how it affects the family, let's see how I feel on an emotional level about this. So it's almost like they're at tug of war or opposite ends of the spectrum here. Now, this is going to be affecting the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces, and the direct opposite sign of Capricorn. It will wash over to the other sign, so just be aware there might be some prickly areas there where Mars is telling you to get up and let's get motivated and let's do things, and the Cancer energy is saying, now hang on a minute, let's get a plan, let's just calm down, take a breath, be still for a minute and let's look at where we need to go. How can we infiltrate this? How can we make this work better instead of going in like the bull in the china shop and breaking everything? Let's go on a much gentler pace. So that's the astrology for this week. We're going to take our first caller, which is Amy in Albany in Texas. And I'm sure I probably pronounced the area wrong, but are you there, Amy?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
I'm very well, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Yes, ma'am. I was wondering, like, if I am pregnant, if the baby is going to be okay.
Okay. Pregnancy is one of those questions that we're not allowed to answer by different governing laws. Yeah, but what I can tell you on an energetic level, follow your instincts. If you feel that you're pregnant and you feel that everything's going okay, then lean into that. Sort of, we all have our own natural ability where we know something's right or something's wrong. And, sometimes when we are pregnant, we get mixed emotions or we get mixed signals, because that's all the hormones and everything sort of changing to get us ready to become a mum, that sometimes we can have some negative responses. And what my suggestion is, if that comes into your mind, just sort of say, please go away. I'm having a good day and I don't believe that's happening. I mean, if there's something seriously wrong, if, you feel physically something's wrong, then obviously, yes, you go to a medical practitioner, a doctor, a hospital or something and get checked out. But a lot of times it's just emotions, and it's the emotions of adjusting to carrying a child. And, every woman's different. Everybody carries a baby in a different way and has different emotional reactions. They were showing me that their celebrations with balloons. So they didn't show me a particular colour, but they were showing me celebrations with a balloon and a teddy bear. So I'm going to take it from that you probably are pregnant. If not, you're going to be very, very soon. And it's a very welcome addition to the family. Is it something that you've been trying for some time, is it?
Well, my kids are tired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah,
I've been kind of scared.
You're scared, are you? Well, it's understandable. Becoming a mum is a scary, scary journey, as well as a very fulfilling journey. Look, nobody gets us the rule to being a parent or relationships. Other things we can go and get training for, but, being a mum is a major job. It's a job for life. It's not just, for the first so many years. It's a job for life. And it's a very rewarding job, but it's also a very scary job.
Yes, ma'am. And then I don't know about the baby's dad, if he's going to straighten his stuff up.
Mm-hmm. Look, all
we're going to be together.
Is focus on what you can do. If you are pregnant and you are, going to have a baby, you're the primary caregiver. You can only do the very, very, very best that you can do, and hoping that the dad will step up and do his part and, be active and supportive and be there and everything like that. But at the end of the day, the only person you can rely on is yourself. And if you do that, then the rest of it is a bonus, sweetie. And, I say that to people even in the happiest of marriages and situations. Mum's got to be the one that steps up first, because you're the one that's carrying the child. You're the one that's going to give birth to the child, and you're the one that's going to be, usually in most cases, the primary caregiver. So most of the responsibility falls on your shoulders. So, dads are important too, but they're not the primary caregiver in most instances. So, looking out for yourself and looking out for the baby is the most important thing. But look, they did show me from Spirit a bunch of white balloons and a teddy bear. So they weren't going to show me the sex, so I'm going to take it that there is a baby to come. If not now, it's very close. So I hope that's helped you, Amy.
Yes, ma'am. It has a lot.
Wonderful. Okay, well, you have a great rest of your evening, Amy. We're going to talk with Angela now in Solidified in Arkansas. Are you there, Angela?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, sweetie?
I'm just looking for like a general guidance, I would say. Just anything.
I always ask just to make sure that, if you've got a question, I prefer to answer that for you than waffle on with something that they give me from the other side. Sometimes people have a specific reason they're phoning into the show. First thing that they're showing me, Angela, is that I want to tell you to take a breath. So have you been sort of really pushing yourself very, very hard recently in the last 6 months or so? Like really pushing to get everything sorted?
Probably.
Right. Well, they're saying to me they want you to slow down a little bit, catch your breath, sit down. You are allowed to sit down occasionally and sort of, just do something for you rather than sort of doing everything for everyone else. They're also showing me by the end of March, it's sort of like as if life's going to not so much a 180, but it's going to change course. So have you been working towards making something different or bringing something different into your life that seems to have been really a hard slog to get it to go in that direction?
No, I'm always looking for new opportunities, though.
Okay. All right. So has it been, they keep showing it to me as if this is going to come like out of a period of where nothing much was happening, and it's sort of like it's all of a sudden it's all systems go in a new direction.
Okay.
That might be why they're telling you to have a little rest while you can now too. Catch your breath, sit down, watch a movie, and do something, because, you know, by the end of this month, things are going to ramp up again and there's not going to be any time. It's going to be, you know, more than 100% that you're going in a new direction, and that's good. But the intensity of this seems to be from the end of March through till about the end of June, and then it's sort of like we get it into a more level pace, as if whatever this new thing is, it's sort of like we've had that real growth spurt, that real intense energy, and then it's sort of like, okay, now I can breathe and we can see it all unfold, and, you know, we can enjoy what we've been doing. But up until then, it's sort of been plenty of coffee, lack of sleep, and let's go. And that seems to be how you like to live your life, Angela.
Yeah, I would say that would be, yeah.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. If you're happy with that, that's great. You know, somebody else might like to take it at a different pace. We're all different. I'm with you. I like everything to sort of like, let's grab the coffee and let's go. You know, what are we waiting for?
I know.
You know, life's to be
I
lived.
know. Waste no time.
Absolutely, because you get more done that way. And then when, you know, you do take a little breather, you don't feel guilty then, because, you know, you give yourself a half an hour off, and then we go again on the next project. And that's great. But look, I think this year is going to be a year where, you know, dreams can come true. There'll be opportunities that will literally come out of nowhere, Angela. So it's sort of like, if you feel like you're standing there twiddling your thumbs and waiting for the next thing, even though you've still got things going on, just enjoy that little bit of a reprieve, because it won't be very long and you'll be back into, you know, grab the coffee and let's go again, and that's good. They were also showing me a question mark around whether or not you're going to move house. Is that something you've been toying with?
Whether I'm going to do what now?
Move house. They were showing me around August, September, there was a question mark around where you're living and whether or not it's time to move.
I just moved.
Right. Are you settled there?
I mean, I wouldn't say this is where I'll be for the rest of my life. I mean, I don't think that way. No, it's just not like my forever home. No.
No. Okay. I just want to make you aware around August, September, don't be surprised if you get itchy feet again or you start thinking about things. It's not necessarily saying to me you have to move then. It's saying to me the winds of change are blowing through then. Ideas are coming, even if they're 3 years down the track, but the ideas are starting to flow.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that sounds good. That looks good. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, that's okay. But I think we've got other things that are probably more pressing. But, you know, you're such an ideal person that things come and go very quickly, and it's sort of like you could have a plan that's 3 years ahead, and that's okay. But it's, you know, you're letting it come in when it comes in, and you say, okay, like I've acknowledged that, I'll put that to one side. Now I'll get back to the task at hand, and that's okay. But you're never going to be a person that really ever sits still or ever retires, Angela. You're always going to have something on the go, and that's who you are. You're happy with that.
Yes.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter even if you were, you know, limited mobility when you get ancient, that you'll still be going at a very frenetic pace, even for, you know, your body's ability and your age and everything else. You're just not going to retire. You're one of those people that to retire would mean I've ended, you know, that's the end of my life. You know, I've got to have something to do.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And other people like to retire to a certain age and go and travel the world. You know, everybody's different. And I think as long as you honour what it is that's important to you, then I think that's the spark that keeps us going. You know, I mean, yes, unfortunately, the body wears out and as we get older and things don't function the way that we'd like them to. But, you know, inside you can still be very young in the mind and still achieve things that you see that are important. So, you know, and that's a really good thing, because to me, you're setting a great example for the people that are around you, Angela, that nothing is impossible. That, you know, if you really do follow your dreams and put the effort in, anything is possible. You know, like we all have the right to make some adjustments or some changes along the way, but you're always looking for that next thing that's going to make you excited. You know, I like to term it as the next Mount Everest you're going to climb. You know, you get to the top and you say, well, that's great. What's next? You know, I've made this.
Yep.
Yep.
And there's nothing wrong with that, where someone else would be happy to say, well, I'm here, I put my flag up, I'm going to put my chair down and have a rest, and I don't need to achieve anything else in my life. But that's okay for them. But, you know, you're one of those people that leads by example. You know, you go after things, you show people anything is possible. You know, nothing is impossible. Right. You just haven't found the answer yet. And I think sometimes people get so bogged down in, I can't do this because of that. It's, you know, you haven't found the way around the mountain yet. You know, there's all different roads that lead to the end destination, and some people just sort of give up too quickly. The other thing that they were sort of showing me is that I don't know whether you drink enough water. They were showing me that they were actually tipping water down in the top of your head, saying we need to lubricate you with some water.
No, I don't drink water. I don't like it, but okay.
Well, I didn't either for a very long time, and how I got around that was I started squeezing a bit of juice in there, you know, lime juice, lemon juice, orange juice,
I have heard
whatever,
that.
and took the taste away the water. You know, that was important. Eventually, it took me a long time, a lot of years, I might say, before I could drink real water by itself.
I know, right? It has no flavor. It's like air.
Yeah, but it's really important, because they were showing me without that, you're not going to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. So that was an important message for you from Spirit. Okay, Angela, we're going to leave it there. Lovely to talk to you, and I look forward to talking to you again in the future, sweetie, with all your things that are going to unfold this year. So this week I want to leave you with a song that's very dear to my heart, and because we are going through such a weather event, or we're about to here on the Gold Coast very soon, which is going to affect a very, very wide area of the eastern seaboard here in Australia. It's going to affect 2 states. I thought it was only appropriate that I bring to your attention a song written by one of Australia's very famous singers named Peter Allen, and I'm sure a lot of people are very familiar with Peter Allen, but he was born not that far away from where I live, probably a 3 or 4 hours drive, and he wrote a song about his childhood and his background and where he came from and how he got to be the person that he became, and the fantastic entertainer he was. And it was about his grandfather, and the song is called Tenterfield Saddler, and it's a beautiful song. It's very heartfelt from Peter and his upbringing and his area of life. And Tenterfield's inland. It's a very hot, dry, dusty town, and it's sort of, you know, an interesting place. And quite often, you know, I never got the good fortune to meet Peter Allen, but I really immensely respect his music and the songs that he wrote, and a great showman. But this is one of my favourite songs, and I thought it was appropriate to keep everybody's spirits up here in southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales as we wait for our cyclone to arrive. And we'll leave you with Peter Allen and Tenterfield Saddler. Bye for now.
Hello, everybody. Shelley Devine here from Infinite Soul Connections. I would like to start today with a quick prayer. I know that I and probably many of you out there are surrounded by fires right now. So I'm going to do a quick call out to the dragons. I've got 2 galactic dragons, I've got an earth dragon, and I've got a grand master dragon. I'm going to ask them, please, dragons, please come. I'm calling upon you to help put out the fires. Please protect all sentient beings and all dwellings and animals and people that need to be protected. Please keep us all safe. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, and so it is. Whew. Okay, I just had to get that out. So today, while I wait for my caller, because I'm really anxious for my caller, I just want to tell you a little something. I am the wolf. I am the pathfinder. I have released my past, and I am embracing my new journey. I am a teacher for others and to help them find their way. There will be challenges, but my soul is strong. Perseverance is my secret power, and I have a love